Chapter 242. Boom. That terrifying aura landed heavily on Ning Tian's body. Ning Tian sank into the ground again. He had to circulate his spiritual energy again to stand up. Shouldn't the stronger one be, the stronger the aura in this godforsaken place? Why is there an endless amount of aura when I take a step? Ning Tian could not help but complain in his heart. According to his imagination, shouldn't he be walking on flat ground in the land of the fallen gods? Host, the land of the fallen gods might have acknowledged your strength. Therefore, the aura you feel is much stronger than an ordinary holy emperor. The system's voice was heard. Ning Tian was silent. Acknowledged my strength. That's not necessary. I know I'm very strong. Ning Tian gritted his teeth. He was speechless when he felt the boundless aura on his body. Phew, then, he let out a long sigh of relief. A glint of light flashed across his eyes. He didn't believe it. Could it be that this pressure could crush him to death? Boom. Then, the enormous spirit ocean in his body surged. Spiritual energy surged out of his body. Circulate the 6 Tao. Ning Tian shouted in his heart. He circulated the 6 Tao attainments in his body and fought against the aura. After a while, Ning Tian could feel the aura on his body dissipating. He was able to stand firm. Then, he walked toward the center of the land of the fallen gods. In the land of the fallen gods, a place filled with black fog. A group of young men and women in white were looking around nervously. They seemed to be on guard against something. Spiritual energy was circulating around their bodies. They held spiritual weapons and treasures in their hands and relied on each other. Senior sister Yu, what are those things? A young man looked at the young lady beside him with fear in his eyes. The young lady was like a lotus flower. Her eyes were clear and she looked like a lady from a wealthy family. She was Yi Yu, the daughter of the palace master of the Great Compassion Palace, Yi Bei. I don't know. Yi Yu shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were solemn. Woo woo. At that moment, the sound was heard. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was demonic and terrifying. Boom. At this moment, some black gas appeared beside them. He's here. A wisp of graveness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes as she lightly shouted, and the spirit sword in her hand flickered with a cold light. Use your spiritual energy to block your ears. Don't listen to those strange sounds. Pay attention to the black gas. Yi Yu was very calm at this moment. Even though she had no idea what the black smoke and demonic voices were, she knew that she was the center of attention of all the disciples around her. If even she panicked, then all of them would be finished. Yes, senior sister. Understood, senior sister Yu. Dozens of Great Compassion Palace's elite disciples around them wore solemn expressions as their hearts raced. They quickly followed Yi Yu's instructions. Boom. Spirit Qi appeared and formed a barrier around his ears. However, their strength was still limited, and they could only isolate a trace of it. Some of the demonic sounds would still rush into their ears. Immediately, just hearing a trace of demonic sound caused their expressions to gradually turn ferocious. His eyes were completely bloodshot. His entire aura instantly became somewhat unstable. However, they couldn't care less at this moment. The balls of black gas transformed into human figures and charged towards them. Hurry! Use the Great Compassion mantra to block the black gas. Yi Yu's face was solemn as she yelled at the disciples. Then, she channeled her spiritual energy towards the waves of demonic aura. Yes. The disciples did not doubt her and channeled their spiritual energy to use the Great Compassion mantra. Boom! Instantly, a golden light flashed on dozens of them. A sorrow word carved with golden light appeared in front of them. Woo woo tilde. The wave of black gas rushed over, bringing with it countless demonic voices. Boom. In an instant, the sorrow word crumbled in the blink of an eye. Not good. Those things have become stronger again. Yi Yu's pupils constricted and a look of horror flashed across her eyes. Barf. At this moment, some of the weaker disciples were invaded by the demonic voices and spat out black blood. In the blink of an eye, their eyes widened and their faces turned black. They fell to the ground and died. Woo woo tilde. The demonic voices dissipated at this moment. It was like a tide. We finally made it through. Some of the disciples from the Great Compassion Palace heaved a sigh of relief with lingering fear. The demonic voices were not something they could withstand at all. Yi Yu's expression was terrible. Looking at the 7 or 8 corpses on the ground, she could not help but sigh. A week ago, they entered the land of the fallen gods to train. However, on a certain day, the land of the fallen gods was filled with demonic aura. They were trapped there. What was even more terrifying was that the demonic voices would ring in their ears and the black gas would attack them from time to time. It was impossible for them to withstand it completely. Every time the demonic voices attacked, they would suffer heavy losses. The number of disciples had increased from over 100 to over a dozen now. Senior Sister Yu, are we going to die here? A girl around 14 years old looked at Yi Yu. Her eyes were filled with despair. Don't be afraid. I will bring you all out. Yi Yu sighed. Then, she squatted down and rubbed Ru'er's head. Beside her, some of the disciples sighed. Senior Sister Yu had said that to them countless times. In the land of the fallen gods, even if Senior Sister Yu had the strength of a Saint Emperor, she could not fully utilize it. Moreover, because it was the land of the fallen gods, even Palace Master Yi Bei, who had the strength of a God Emperor, did not dare to enter. Right now, they were completely in a predicament where they could neither cry for help, nor cry for help. The only thing they could do was to withstand the demonic voices and wait for their deaths. Everyone sighed. At this moment, heavy footsteps were heard. Boom. Boom. It was as if every step was deep into the ground. Someone is coming. Be careful. Yi Yu became cautious immediately. She stood up from the ground and the spiritual sword in her hand shone with a cold light. Yes. Hearing that, the disciples from the Great Compassion Palace swallowed their saliva nervously. Judging from the sound of the footsteps and the tremors of the ground, could it be a giant? At this moment, everyone quietly channeled their spiritual energy and looked at the distance. Boom. Boom. The sound was getting closer. The disciples from the Great Compassion Palace could feel the tremors of the ground. At this moment, everyone saw a figure suddenly appear in the black fog. It was being pulled to an incomparably huge size. It's coming. Everyone's pupils constricted and they instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, a beautiful voice came from the black fog. F***CK. I'm already like this. Why is the pressure still so strong? Chapter 243. Yi Yu and the rest were stunned when they heard the voice. Then, they looked at the figure. Boom. Heavy footsteps could be heard from the black fog. Then, a figure appeared. That was a young man from the human race. Senior Sister, it's a human. Could it be that the Palace Master sent him to save us? Anticipation flashed in the eyes of the Great Compassion Palace disciples. Yi Yu remained silent and looked at the young man. His face was completely shrouded in the black fog and no one could see his face clearly. He gave off a strong sense of mystery. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the young man's feet. Her pupils constricted. Every time he stepped on the ground, he would leave a deep footprint on the ground. There was also a terrifying amount of spiritual energy in the footprint. How much pressure is he enduring? Yi Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Hearing the voices around him, Ning Tian looked alert. A light flashed in his hand and he wiped his face. Suddenly, a cold feeling appeared on his face. He had become Ning Shui again. May I know who you are? Yi Yu's red lips parted slightly as she looked at Ning Tian. Who are you? Ning Tian did not answer and asked as he walked over. Seeing Ning Tian approaching, Yi Yu and the rest instinctively kept their guard up. We're disciples of Great Compassion Palace. I'm Yi Bei's daughter, Yi Yu. Who are you in the Northern States Diabolism? At this moment, Yi Yu had completely regarded Ning Tian as a member of the Northern States Diabolism. That was because the Diabolism forces in the Northern State were all in the vicinity of the fallen godland. Great Compassion Palace was also well known in the Northern State. Even if this person was hostile, he would not dare to attack them. Why should I tell you? Ning Tian said calmly and smiled faintly. A light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that these people were the disciples who were trapped in the fallen godland that Yi Bei had mentioned. However, he did not want to save them at this moment. You. Hearing that, Yi Yu was stunned and gritted her teeth. Shameless. We've already revealed our identities, but you didn't tell us. Some of the Great Compassion Palace disciples were furious. Oh! Ning Qian smiled faintly. At this moment, he was only about 10 meters away from Yi Yu and the others, but he also stopped in his tracks. I only asked who you were. I didn't say that I would tell you who I was. It's just that you were stupid enough to tell me. Ning Qian shrugged and said. Yi Yu, the disciples of Great Compassion Palace were speechless. Shameless. He had never seen such a shameless person. Can't you be a little less scheming? More sincerity. In that case, fellow Daoist. Yi Yu looked up at Ning Qian, but before she could finish speaking, her jaw dropped. Because she saw a face that she didn't know how to describe. This person is so ugly. Yeah, he's so ugly. He's definitely not strong. Forget it, forget it. Some of the disciples also looked over. At first, he thought that he might be the young master of a demonic sect. But now, he realized that he was too ugly. Instantly, the anticipation in their hearts vanished into thin air. Fellow Daoist, why did you come to the land of the fallen gods? The land of the fallen gods is very dangerous now. Why don't you join forces with us? Yi Yu suppressed the disgust in her heart and looked at Ning Qian. Senior Sister Yu, the disciples of Great Compassion Palace couldn't help but frown when they heard that. They couldn't even protect themselves now. If they had to bring a burden with them, wouldn't that be, say no more. Yi Yu waved her hand and kept her gaze on Ning Qian. Although the person in front of them looked ugly, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Moreover, judging from Ning Qian's appearance just now, they could tell that his strength was far above theirs. Join forces. Ning Qian raised his brow and said indifferently, not interested. Yi Yu was stunned and somewhat disappointed. However, the disciples of Great Compassion Palace were overjoyed. Senior Sister Yu had already given him a clear path, but he still refused. He really didn't know what was good for him. Walking alone in the land of the fallen gods was equivalent to courting death. Fellow Daoist, Yi Yu's red lips parted slightly and was about to persuade him to stay again. However, at this moment, the surrounding black fog surged and a wave of demonic sound suddenly came. Woo woo. Cake tilde oh no, Senior Sister Yu, those things are coming again. The disciples of Great Compassion Palace changed their expressions abruptly and fear flashed across their eyes. They're coming again. Yi Yu frowned slightly and her beautiful eyes were filled with caution. She said to the disciples, quick, continue to use the Great Compassion Sutra. Go into the crowd. Yes. Then, the disciples of Great Compassion Palace used the Great Compassion Sutra in a panic. The wave of spiritual energy turned into a big golden compassion character and formed a boundary that enveloped all the disciples of Great Compassion Palace. Demonic sound. Ning Qian murmured and looked at the black fog. At this moment, he used the perceptive eye to see the black fog clearly. In the black fog, there seemed to be some black shadows that were constantly rushing over. Their mouths were constantly letting out ghostly wails and howls. The demonic sound was coming from their mouths. What's this? Ning Qian's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. The system said, host, this should be a type of demonic creature produced after the demonic sound transformed. Demonic creature? Ning Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, Yi Yu saw that Ning Qian was still in a daze and could not help but frown. She quickly said, fellow Daoist, these demonic sounds are extremely terrifying. You'd better choose to fight with us. There's no need for that. Ning Qian shook his head and said nonchalantly, this guy really doesn't know what's good for him. The disciples of Great Compassion Palace secretly shook their heads. Their senior sister Yu was kind enough to help him, but this guy did not appreciate it. Upon hearing Ning Qian's words, Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. She frowned and was somewhat displeased. She did not say anything else. Instead, she turned around and activated the Great Compassion mantra, preparing to fight the demonic sounds with the disciples of Great Compassion Palace. She had already given Ning Qian a chance. If he did not cherish it, then he could not blame her. Demonic sounds. It seems that the closer we are to the demon god's lost item, the more severe the effects will be. Ning Tian mumbled. Then, a cold light flashed across the storage ring on his finger. A celestial slashing guzheng appeared in his hand. He sat cross-legged and placed the celestial slashing guzheng in his hand. The disciples of the Great Compassion Palace were stunned when they saw this. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to fight the demonic sounds with the Tao of Music? However, Sister Yu had already tried using the Tao of Music earlier. In the end, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. It could not even withstand a single blow. Sigh, he's taking it too hard. The disciples of Great Compassion Palace sighed as if they could already see Ning Tian's miserable state. This guy, Yu frowned. She was also puzzled. Was he not afraid of death? Or could he really deal with the demonic sounds? However, she knew very well how powerful the demonic sounds were. Suddenly, Yu's pupils constricted abruptly as she gasped. Hiss. This is. Chapter 244. Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the ground with a black fog surging towards him. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His hand landed gently on the zither strings. The moment he touched the strings, his entire aura changed. This is. Yu was stunned on the spot. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. At that moment, she felt that the person in front of her had changed into an entertainment Tao Grandmaster. What powerful attainments in the entertainment Tao! Yu gasped and a strange glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. Woo-woo. At that moment, the black fog charged towards them. As though it had turned into a pitch-black evil spirit, it extended its terrifying claws and charged towards Ning Tian. Everyone was trembling with fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. The black fog was much stronger than before. The demonic sound was ear-piercing. Many Great Compassion Palace disciples turned pale and spat out mouthfuls of blood. That was only the demonic sound. They were already in such a state before the terrifying black fog even reached them. If the black fog was combined with the demonic sound, they would be doomed. Oh no, we're doomed. Looks like we're still going to die here. Some of the disciples were filled with despair and pain. Some of them even began to say their last words. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I'm the one who wore your underwear. I'm the one who caused your hemorrhoids. What? Senior brother, sister-in-law is amazing. You're my star. Quiet down, all of you. At that moment, Yu shouted coldly. She frowned and looked at the Great Compassion Palace disciples. Who said we're going to die here? There's still hope. There's still hope. The disciples were stunned and their eyes were filled with confusion. Him. Yu said indifferently and her gaze fell on Ning Tian. Him. The disciples looked over and frowned. No way, senior sister. Do you really think that guy can break the black fog? A disciple pursed his lips. Shut up. Yu reprimanded. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard a piercing demonic sound. Oh no. The expressions of the Great Compassion Palace's disciples changed drastically. The black fog transformed into a pair of sharp claws that were nearly 100 meters long and slashed at them. It's over, it's over. The group of disciples panicked. Yu frowned slightly, her gaze never leaving Ning Tian. At this time, she was also powerless. She could only see if her woman's sixth sense was accurate or not. The black fog assaulted her, and the demonic sound lingered in her ears. Ning Tian finally moved. He plucked the strings of the zither with one finger, then loosened it casually. A soft and ordinary entertainment Tao attack slowly flew towards the colossal being. Everyone was stunned when they saw the entertainment Tao attack, and a wisp of astonishment flashed through their eyes. Such a weak entertainment Tao attack was even weaker than the one senior sister you had just used. Would this really work? Just as they were feeling puzzled, they saw an even more ridiculous scene. After Ning Tian triggered the Tao of entertainment attack, he slowly stood up and put away the immortal end zither. Then, he turned around and walked towards them. Did he not intend to attack? His back was facing the black fog. Was he that arrogant? The group of disciples couldn't help but have a confused look on their faces. They frowned slightly as they looked at Ning Tian. We suspect that you're acting tough, and we have proof. What's he doing? Yi Yu was stunned. How could such a small attack be effective? Could it be that her woman's sixth sense was wrong? At this moment, the small entertainment Dao attack rushed towards the Black Fog Claws. The group of Great Compassion Palace's disciples could not help but sigh. How could the light of a firefly compete with the light of the moon? Boom! The entertainment Dao attack landed on a ball of black mist. Then, something unexpected happened. They saw Ning Tian's attack land on the black fog and spread out in an instant. Boom! In less than a second, heavenly music exploded. Clang! The heavenly music spread the black fog, and a series of explosions occurred within the black fog. What? F***CK. His attack actually blew up the black fog? A real man never looks back at an explosion. Cool. Based on the current situation, we've been fooled. The group of disciples widened their eyes in excitement. Their admiring gazes landed on Ning Tian. Shocking. Although this guy was a little ugly, he hid his strength well. Woo woo. Cake. A horrifying scream seemed to be heard from the black fog. Then, the black fog dissipated. The surroundings finally became much clearer. I can't believe it worked. Yi Yu's red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What a powerful entertainment Dao. Who is he? You've shocked Yi Yu. You've shocked a group of Great Compassion Palace's disciples. Rewarded with a coercion counteracting card. Coercion counteracting card. Use the coercion counteracting card to ignore coercion for 1 hour. Oh! Hearing the system's voice, Ning Tian's eyes flashed. This was a good thing. In the land of the fallen gods, without coercion, he would be walking on flat ground. Who could stop him? Hehe, I'll keep the good stuff first. Ning Tian smiled in his heart. He was not in a hurry to use it. Such a good thing was naturally to be used at the crucial moment. This was a trump card. As the black fog dissipated, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with golden light. He used the perceptive eye to look not far away. He was only a few 100 meters away from the black beam. Soon. Ning Tian murmured and was about to move. At this moment, Yi Yu's voice was heard. Senior, please wait. At this moment, she had already regarded Ning Tian as a heavenly venerable or even a celestial the arch-expert. Ning Tian looked at her indifferently. Senior, please bring us along, Yi Yu pleaded. The disciples behind her were also looking at him with bright eyes. Ning Tian was so powerful. They would definitely be able to get out alive if they followed him. Oh! Why should I bring you along? The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly, and he looked at them with a playful expression. If Senior brings us along, I'll definitely thank you when we get out, Yi Yu said with a serious face. Thank you. Ning Tian shook his head. I'm not interested in bringing you burdens. Hearing this, the disciples of Great Compassion Palace turned red. They thought that Ning Tian was a burden, but they did not know that they were the burdens. Senior, Yi Yu was unwilling to give up. She looked at Ning Tian unwillingly. Shut up. Ning Tian scolded in a cold voice. I've said that I don't want to bring you along. If you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I'll cripple you? Hearing this, Yi Yu and the others' faces changed. At this moment, Ning Tian left them with a sentence and walked toward the center of the land of the fallen gods. If you want to live, stay where you are. Chapter 245. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tian disappeared from Yi Yu and the rest's sight. His target was the center of the fallen godland. Senior sister, that man is so fierce. Ru'er hid in Yi Yu's arms. She could not help but tremble when she saw Ning Tian's fierce look and his ugly face. Ru'er, don't be afraid. I'm here. Yi Yu rubbed Ru'er's head and comforted her softly. However, she was looking at the center of the fallen godland with doubts in her heart. That senior's words just now. What did he mean? Stay where you are if you want to live. Senior sister Yu, what should we do now? At this moment, the Great Compassion Palace disciple beside her could not help but ask. Do we really have to listen to that guy? He's indeed powerful, but isn't his attitude too arrogant? Doesn't he know that you're the young palace master of Great Compassion Palace? The group of Great Compassion Palace disciples chimed in one after another. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Yi Yu frowned slightly when she heard the surrounding disciples. She did not really care about Ning Tian's attitude toward her. After all, he was more powerful than her. What she cared about was whether she should listen to Ning Tian or not. The surrounding black fog had just been dispersed by Ning Tian. Without the terrifying demonic sound and strange black fog, it was the best time to escape. After all, no one knew whether or not those terrifying black fog demonic voices would return. However, Senior Sister Yu, if we don't hurry up, we'll be in trouble if the black fog returns. Seeing Yi Yu's hesitation, the surrounding Great Compassion Palace disciples became anxious. They were afraid, but without Yi Yu's consent, they did not dare to act rashly. Phew, Yi Yu took a deep breath. Her chest heaved up and down as a glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. I've decided. We'll stay where we are. What? The group of Great Compassion Palace disciples' faces changed slightly. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Senior Sister Yu, the disciple of the Great Compassion Palace, opened his mouth, wanting to say something. There's no need to speak any further. Presently, the land of the fallen gods isn't the place we were familiar with since a long time ago. Instead of running about like a headless fly, it's better to listen to that senior. Yi Yu shook her head, her tone extremely resolute. She didn't know why she believed Ning Tian's words so deeply. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense. After all, her intuition wasn't wrong. All right, that's all for now. Rest here and don't move around without my orders. Yi Yu glared at the group of disciples and put on the dignity of the eldest senior sister. Yes, understood, Senior Sister Yu. The group of disciples was stunned and could only nod their heads helplessly. As Yi Yu looked in the direction Ning Tian had left, she had a bad feeling in her heart. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Land of the fallen gods. The closer they got to the black beam of light in the middle, the more demonic sounds in the black fog became, and the more intense they became. The worst thing was that the suppression in the center of the land of the fallen gods was even more powerful. With every step Ning Tian took, she left a footprint that was 3 to 4 times deeper than the one she had left before. The consumption of spiritual qi for this was also extremely large. Phew. Fortunately, I have a few spirit seas. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ning Tian shook his head and continued to take one step at a time. However, the consumption this time is quite large. I'll have to find my wife to replenish it when I get back. Boom. Just as he was calculating in his heart, the black fog in the surroundings suddenly attacked. The ear-piercing and terrifying demonic sounds were heard at this moment. It's coming again. Ning Tian looked at it, and the storage ring in his hand shone. Then, he used his spirit qi to support the strings of the celestial/guzheng in front of him, allowing it to float in the air. Then, his fingers plucked the strings, and the heavenly music of the guzheng sounded. Clang. Clang tilde clang. As the black fog attacked, the heavenly music of the guzheng sounded, continuously destroying the black fog. However, as he was close to the black light beam, the black fog was destroyed, and soon, new black fog attacked. It doesn't seem like it can go on like this. I have to think of a way to solve this once and for all. Facing the black fog that kept attacking, Ning Tian frowned slightly and muttered. Then, he circulated his spirit qi, and his fingers plucked the strings rapidly, leaving behind after images. The speed was shockingly fast. Clang, clang, clang. The heavenly music continued to sound. On the celestial/guzheng, there was a burst of bright light. It seemed to illuminate the past and present, and also completely lit up the black fog. Absolute kill sound formation, suppress. Ning Tian's eyes shone as he shouted calmly. The moment his voice fell, the celestial/guzheng shook violently. Then, a huge music Dao formation spread out with him as the center. Any black fog that came within 100 meters of Ning Tian was suppressed by the absolute kill sound formation. With the defense of the absolute kill sound formation, the black fog no longer posed any threat to Ning Tian. He simply put away the celestial/guzheng and walked with heavy steps toward the light beam that shot into the sky. The closer he got, the stronger the pressure of the fallen gods became. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, finally, 10 meters. When Ning Tian was only 10 meters away from the black light beam that shot into the sky, his whole body was already drenched in sweat. This was indeed the center of the fallen gods' land, the place where the pressure was the strongest. He could barely support his body to walk, which was already the limit of his limit. System, activate the eye of perception. I want to see what this is. A what? Ning Tian thought to herself. Activating the eye of perception. Activation successful. As the system's voice fell, the spirit chi in his body was mobilized, and the eye of perception was activated. A bright golden light flashed in the depths of Ning Tian's eyes as he looked toward the black light beam that was close at hand. Under the eye of perception, Ning Tian quickly saw through the layers of darkness, and his gaze went straight to the deepest part of the black fog. That is, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. In the black light beam, a palm-sized pagoda floated in the darkness. Countless terrifying and evil black fog was constantly emitted from this small pagoda. What is that? A hint of doubt flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. He quietly mobilized his spirit chi and slowly walked toward the black light beam. Every step was an insurmountable gap. Boom. With each step, the ground shook. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Finally, Ning Tian's feet landed in front of the black light beam. He took a deep breath, and then the spirit sea in his body surged, setting off stormy waves, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. He stretched out his hand and grabbed toward the small pagoda in the darkness. Boom. At this moment, the black light beam suddenly became unstable, and vaguely, it was about to suck Ning Tian into it. Chapter 246. Ning Tian's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to think of a way to break the suction force, the power of his physique suddenly erupted from his body. Boom. In an instant, the powerful suction force from the dark beam of light disappeared. This is the power of the heavenly god constitution. Ning Tian was confused, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly god constitution or not, the most important thing now was to get that thing. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed the small pagoda in the dark beam. But at this moment, something unexpected happened again. Boom. There was a sound of something breaking the air behind him, and a horrible demonic aura came toward him. Again. Ning Tian frowned and reached into the dark beam. After grabbing the small pagoda, the dragon under his feet flickered and he retreated more than 10 meters in an instant. Boom. At this moment, the horrible demonic aura landed on the ground and tore a hideous crack in the ground. If it had landed on Ning Tian, he would have ended up like this. Phew. That was close. Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. But when he felt the small pagoda in his hand, he smiled slightly. Fortunately, he got the thing first. Boom. 2 black figures landed where Ning Tian was. They grabbed at the dark beam, but there was nothing there. The thing was gone. Who are you? Seeing the 2 black figures, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a touch of seriousness. His intuition told him that these 2 people were not simple. Their strength was far above his. The 2 black figures turned around abruptly, and Ning Tian saw their faces clearly. 2 people, or rather, 2 people. Their bodies were pitch black. They looked like they were wearing black clothes, but upon closer inspection, they were actually black skin. Their eyes were red, and there were 2 horns on their heads, which were like the horns of a bull, shining with a sharp cold light. And between their eyebrows, there was a flame pattern, which was emitting a monstrous demonic aura. This is demonic tribe. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of the demon god that day. That guy really didn't give up. Although he couldn't enter, he could send a demon who was strong enough to be accepted by the celestial spirit region. The Drought Demon Clan? Ning Tian frowned and looked at the 2 demons. A mere human ant from the heavenly spirit realm knows the origin of my clan? The 2 from the Drought Demon Clan frowned slightly. Their eyes flashed red as they looked at the small tower in Ning Tian's hand. Human ant? Hand over the Buddha Demon Pagoda. It doesn't belong to you. Pagoda Demon Tower? So this thing is called the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Thanks for telling me. Ning Qian grinned and threw the Buddha's Devil Pagoda into his storage ring in front of the two devils. No matter what it was already in his hands, and he still wanted to hand it over. I think you've lost your mind. Are you daydreaming? Seeing this scene, the two devils were stunned. Strange. They were speaking the ancient human language, right? But why couldn't this human ant understand? These two were called Kai Tian and Kai Hun, and they were the commanders of the Drought Demon clan. They were equivalent to heavenly venerables of the human race. Their goal was to find the relic of the Drought Demon clan, the Pagoda Demon Tower. When they passed by the land of the fallen gods and felt the familiar demonic chi, they landed without hesitation. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. The Buddha's Devil Pagoda had already been obtained by this human ant before him. You're just a mere human ant. How dare you touch the things of my race? You really don't know what's good for you. Kai Tian sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Hearing these two fellows keep talking about the human ant, Ning Tian was immediately unhappy. He looked at the two devils indifferently and spat out two words in a voice as cold as ice, courting death. Kai Tian and Kai Hun were slightly stunned. This human ant actually dared to say such words to them. Haha. Ridiculous. We are the commanders of the Devil Clan, and we are equivalent to human heavenly venerables. How can you provoke us? The two devils sneered. They were incomparably arrogant and did not think that Ning Tian's strength was above theirs. Peak heavenly venerables? You are indeed much, much stronger than me. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile as she looked at the two demons meaningfully. What do you mean? Kai Tian and Kai Hun's eyes flashed with a touch of seriousness. Why was he smiling? Nothing. Ning Tian smiled indifferently. In his heart, he wished that these two devils were stronger. The stronger they were, the heavier the pressure they would be under. The two devils were stunned. Suddenly, an irresistible pressure came from the sky. What a strong pressure! Kai Tian's face suddenly changed, and he wanted to use the monstrous demonic chi to resist the pressure. However, just as the demonic chi was activated, the pressure was not affected at all. Instead, it became even stronger. Boom. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Ning Tian laughed heartily. This is the land of the fallen gods, and it is full of the pressure of the godly realm experts. The stronger you are, the more terrifying the pressure is. You are stronger than me, but here, I can beat you up. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up into a smile as the spirit chi in her body began to circulate. Sorry. In the land of the fallen gods, I am weaker than you. I can really do whatever I want. The two commanders of the demon clan were speechless. It was the first time they had seen someone talk about being weak in such a refreshing way. Humph. Kai Hun sneered and his scarlet eyes flickered. So what if there is pressure? Why would the noble demon clan be afraid of a human like you? Before he could finish his words, a golden light flashed in front of him. Before he could react, the punch landed on his face, and his entire body flew out in an instant. His whole body was flickering with wind and lightning. I really don't like the word ant. Do you not understand? Ning Tian's indifferent voice sounded. His eyes were cold, and wind and lightning flickered in his hand, full of killing intent. Wah! Kai Hun climbed up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was extremely ugly. Under this punch, he felt what was called power. Impossible. How can a mere human's power be so strong? His heart was full of shock. You have shocked Kai Hun of the demon clan. Your power has temporarily increased by 20 times. At this time, when Kai Hun was shocked, it was time for Ning Tian to perform. When the system's voice fell, he felt an explosive surge of power. Then, I will use the power you got from your shock to hammer you to death. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the two demon clan experts who were equivalent to the peak of the heavenly venerable realm were like two chickens in front of Ning Tian, shivering. Chapter 247. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a A huge amount of spiritual energy gushed out of Ning Tian's body. Kai Tian and Kai Hun were so shocked that they shivered. You're not affected by the pressure of this broken place? Kai Tian's eyes flashed with doubt as he looked at Ning Tian's divine power. He was starting to doubt his demon life. They were affected by the pressure of this divine realm expert, but why was this human ant not affected? Who said that I'm not affected by this place? The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up as he looked at the two demons mockingly. His foot landed on the ground, leaving a deep footprint on it. His voice resounded faintly. It's just that I'm used to the pressure here. Used to it? How can you get used to it? The corners of the two demons' mouths twitched as they looked at each other. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. They couldn't drag this out any longer. They had to kill this human ant in front of them. They had to get the Buddha Demon Tower. Without any hesitation, Kai Tian released a huge amount of demonic energy to resist the pressure. At the same time, a long spear made of demonic energy appeared in his hand. Demonic dragon stab. He shouted in a low voice as a dragon appeared in his hand. The long spear flickered, and a monstrous demonic energy rushed toward Ning Tian with the might of a giant dragon. Ning Tian's eyes lit up as he saw that Kai Tian was able to resist the pressure and display such a huge amount of demonic energy. The corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting. This is more fun. Then, a ball of flames appeared in his hand, and the red cloud sword appeared in his hand. Activate the sword principle, Ning Tian shouted in his heart. Then, he activated the sword principle. In addition to spiritual energy, a layer of sword intent appeared in his body. The demonic energy was monstrous, and the spear was like a dragon. Kai Tian unceasingly revolved the devil energy in his body as much as possible, and contended against Ning Tian. Bang! Boom! Saber light and sword shadow. Kai Tian held the long spear, and he could only move slowly due to the pressure. However, although Ning Tian's feet seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, his speed was still astonishingly fast. As the battle progressed, his forehead was already full of cold sweat. How could this human brat be so powerful? Battle distraction. Is this the battle consciousness of the demon race? At this moment, a mocking voice sounded in his ears. Unknowingly, Ning Tian had already appeared beside him. Really? However, the corners of Kai Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. It seemed as if he didn't care about it. If I wasn't distracted, how could I let a human ant like you approach me? Kai Tian sneered. Just now, Ning Tian had taken advantage of his speed and dodged every time he attacked. He could only defend passively. And now, Ning Tian had taken the initiative to approach him, which was exactly what he wanted. Ant, let me tell you something. Never engage in close combat with the Devil Clan, because you don't know how terrifying the Devil Chi is. A sinister smile appeared on Kai Tian's face. Then, he shouted, Kai Hun, use the demonic curse. Not far away, Crimson Soul, who'd been waiting for a long time, suddenly nodded, and his hands transformed into dark claws that suddenly pressed down towards Ning Tian. The monstrous devil Chi turned into a cage that covered the sky. Then, it slammed down on Ning Tian. Rumble. In an instant, Ning Tian was trapped in the cage made of devil Chi. Hihi, you're just an ant. Kai Tian looked ferociously at Ning Tian, who was trapped in the cage made of devil Chi. His eyes flickered with red light, and the devil Chi in his hands soared to the sky. Then, he pressed down on the cage. Rumble. The devil Chi attacked, and a powerful rumble erupted. Then, the cage made of devil Chi was swallowed up, and Ning Tian was also corroded by the devil Chi. Hee. Let's see if an ant like you can survive under the corrosive devil Chi. Kai Tian's eyes revealed a sinister look, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cruel smile. Too miserable. Under the corrosive devil Chi, there's no corpse left. Crimson Soul shook his head and smiled sarcastically. When the devil Chi dissipated, the two of them immediately looked in that direction. The ant's corpse was indeed gone. However, what about the Buddha Demon Pagoda? The two devils' faces changed slightly. Did the corrosive devil Chi corrode the Buddha Demon Tower? Yeah. Too miserable. At this moment, a joking voice rang out. Hey! Kai Tian and Crimson Soul's faces changed slightly. They turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Ning Tian, who had been corroded by the devil chi, sitting on a branch of a big tree. He looked calm and at ease, and he was biting an apple in his hand. Why aren't you dead? Kai Tian and Crimson Soul's faces changed. Why wasn't he dead? They had just seen with their own eyes that this human ant was trapped to death by the devil chi and attacked by the corrosive devil chi. So, why was he still alive? Do you really think that I'm that stupid? Ning Tian ate the apple in his hand in a few bites. Then, he clapped his hands and smiled mockingly. Just now, it was just my afterimage. Ning Tian naturally knew how terrifying the devil chi was. So, the moment he got close to Kai Tian, he used the swimming dragon step with all his strength and left an afterimage beside him. Who would have thought that it was just as he had expected? The two devils really did have a killer move. If he was contaminated by the corrosive devil chi, even Ning Tian wouldn't feel good. Afterimage? Kai Tian and Crimson Soul reacted. Their faces were as black as ink, and they looked extremely ugly. They had actually been toyed with by a human ant. However, what they didn't know was that the human ant in their eyes had not only fooled them, but he had also scared away the demon god of their drought demon clan. I just predicted your prediction. Ning Tian looked at them indifferently. At this moment, Kai Tian and Crimson Soul were speechless. They only felt extremely ashamed. Human ant, you have really angered us. Kai Tian took a deep breath and looked at Ning Tian coldly. Oh, then. Ning Tian spread his hands and took out an apple from his storage ring. Come, eat an apple to calm down. It's not good if you explode in anger. Boom. A monstrous devil energy surged out of Kai Tian's body with a loud rumble. His face was full of ferocity, and his veins were bulging. I'll eat your horse raw. Boom. Then, Kai Tian turned into a cloud of black gas and exploded. Look. Ning Tian's voice drifted over again. Look, you're really angry. Boom. The cloud of devil chi turned into a devil chi giant that was 100 meters tall. That was the real body of the demon clan. Once he used the real body of the demon clan, his strength would reach the peak. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Kai Tian was so anxious that his eyes turned red. You're the one who exploded. Ant, your whole family exploded. Kid, I've shown you enough respect by using the real body of the demon clan. Beside him, Crimson Soul was also covered in devil chi. In an instant, his figure reached a few 100 meters tall. Real body of the demon Dao? Ning Tian was stunned. This thing was similar to the great Dao celestial body. However, the only difference was that after using the real body of the demon Dao, the strength of the demon clan would reach the peak. If that's the case, I can't let my guard down. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a touch of seriousness. If that's the case, then, system, use the pressure offset card. Chapter 248. Using pressure offset card. Use successful. When Ning Tian's voice and the system's voice rang out, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Without the pressure from the land of the fallen gods, Ning Tianyuan was like an awakened giant dragon. His aura was vigorous. Boom. That terrifying spiritual energy was constantly being released from his body. Such a powerful aura. Feeling the powerful aura released by Ning Tian, the two demons were stunned. Then, their pupils shrank and their eyes were filled with shock. Most importantly, when Ning Tian's aura burst out and revealed his strength, the two demons were dumbfounded. 5 stars Holy Emperor Realm. The human in front of them was only a 5 stars Holy Emperor Realm. What the F***ck? Kai Tian and Kai Hun started to doubt the existence of demons. Even though there was the pressure of the land of the fallen gods, the gap between them was still too big. They suspected that they were the 5 stars Holy Emperor Realm and Ning Tian was only at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. Boom. At this moment again, a terrifying spiritual energy sea appeared behind Ning Tian's back. The surrounding was filled with his spiritual energy. Hiss. Such a huge amount of spiritual energy. Is this kid still human? F***ck. This F***k. Feeling the huge spiritual energy sea, Kai Tian and Kai Hun felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Ning Tian's spiritual energy sea had covered the surrounding area. Fighting in the area covered by his spiritual energy sea would increase his combat strength exponentially. Demon tribe? I think it's just SOSO. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled into a smile as he slowly walked towards Kai Tian and Kai Hun. Without the pressure of the divine realm, it felt good to be able to use his strength freely. Gulp. Kai Tian and Kai Hun swallowed their saliva and nodded. Their eyes flashed fiercely. The Buddha Demon Tower was still in his hands. This kid had to die. I don't believe that we can't do anything to you. Kai Tian bellowed. His 100-meter-tall body suddenly shook. Everyone within a 100-mile radius could feel his trembling. Kai Hun followed closely behind. Demonic chi surged on his enormous devil body, an extremely frightening sight. I'm sorry. I really can't do anything to you. Ning Tian smiled confidently. At the same time, the 6 paths appeared behind him. Boom. In the fallen god land. The entire ground was trembling non-stop. Yi Yu and the others followed Ning Tian's instructions and carefully hid where they were. Suddenly, the terrifying aura in the land of the fallen gods disappeared. It was as if only the pressure was left. Senior Sister Yu, the aura is gone. After being stunned for a moment, the surrounding disciples let out a cry of surprise. Yi Yu sensed for a moment, and sure enough, everything returned to its original state. Hey! A doubtful voice came out from her red lips. What is going on? Could it be related to that senior? Boom. At this moment, 2 terrifying demonic auras rushed toward them from a few 100 meters away. Then, 2 demonic bodies that were 100 meters tall appeared in their line of sight. F***CK. What the hell are those 2? They're so tall and huge. The disciples from Great Compassion Palace were horrified. Their eyes were filled with fear. The demonic aura and the demonic bodies that were 100 meters tall gave off an oppressive aura. Yi Yu was silent. Her face was filled with shock. This creature seemed to be mentioned in the ancient book. However, she could not recall who it was at that moment. Look, there's another person. At this moment, the disciple from Great Compassion Palace spoke again. Yi Yu lifted her head and her eyes moved. She saw a young man covered in spiritual energy leaping into the air and continuously attacking the 2 huge demonic bodies. It's that senior. He can fly in the fallen godland. Yi Yu was completely stunned. Under the pressure of the fallen godland, even a great emperor could not use the void step technique. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes flashed with a thick sense of astonishment. This was because she saw that when the 2 huge demonic bodies attacked the young man at the same time, his body hid in the void to avoid them. He can use the path of the void in the fallen godland? Even a great emperor can't do that with the pressure of a godly realm expert, right? Who is he? Yi Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Her heart was racing. She wanted to know who the young man was. However, she could only think about it. If they were to get close to the battle between such experts, they would lose their lives. Senior Sister Yu, should we go over and take a look? The disciples from Great Compassion Palace were curious. No. Yi Yu shook her head. We can't get close to such existences. Let's just watch. Yes. Kai Tian and Kai Hun were panicking. This was because the human in front of them was a freak. He was a holy emperor, but he had just used the path of the void that only a great emperor could do. This did not make sense. You have shocked Kai Tian and Kai Hun. Reward, Demon Extermination Kill Card, Demon Extermination Wind. While the 2 demons were still in shock, the system's voice sounded. Oh, Demon Extermination Wind? The corner of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Using the shock of the 2 demons to kill the 2 of them, it seemed a little cool. Kid, what realm are you at? Kai Hun looked at Ning Tian solemnly. A deafening voice came from the huge demonic body. Hearing that, Ning Tian smiled. Obviously, he did not intend to answer. Activate, Demon Extermination Kill Card. He muttered in his heart. Activating, Demon Extermination Kill Card. Demon Extermination Wind, activate. The system's voice sounded. Ning Tian's spirit energy turned into a wind and countless spirit energy soared into the sky. Boom! This aura. Kai Tian and Kai Hun felt that something was wrong. After looking at each other, they activated their demonic energy. Bloodthirsty demonic shield. The monstrous demonic energy covered the demonic body and turned into a blood-red light shield. However, at this moment, the demon extermination wind attacked, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the two demons. Exterminate. As Ning Tian's voice sounded, the 200-meter-tall demonic bodies were directly turned into demonic qi in a gust of wind and dissipated without end. Ah! A scream was also heard at this moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the 100-meter-tall demonic body had already disappeared, turning into wisps of demonic energy and dissipating. However, at this moment, there was a wisp of demonic energy that ignored the existence of the pressure and rushed toward one direction. Damn it! Why does this guy have the demon extermination skill? The Buddha Demon Pagoda is still in his hands. This matter must be reported to Lord Demon God. This wisp of demonic energy was the last demonic soul of Kai Hun. Chapter 249. Just as he rushed out 100 meters and thought that Ning Tian didn't notice, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Following that, Ning Tian took a step out of the void. Where do you want to go? Ning Tian's teasing voice slowly sounded. Crimson Soul's face turned green and black. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned into a ray of demonic qi, wanting to rush out again. But at this time, a ball of spiritual energy had already enveloped him. Can I let you run away under my nose? Ning Tian flipped his palm, and the spiritual energy that enveloped Crimson Soul's wisp of demonic soul brought him in front of him. He wouldn't do something like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Just like how an enemy that could be killed in one move would never use a second move. Speak, what exactly is the Pagoda Demon Tower that you speak of? Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he asked indifferently. Crimson Soul snorted coldly, clearly not planning to say another word. Seeing this, Ning Tian couldn't be bothered to say anything more. With a flip of his palm, that terrifying spiritual energy directly enveloped Crimson Soul. He didn't plan to say anything more, and he wouldn't waste his breath either. He directly chose to obliterate him. You. Crimson Soul's face suddenly changed. Before he could say anything, his last wisp of demonic soul was directly obliterated. He didn't expect it until he died. This human race brat was actually so decisive in killing. After dealing with two demons, this was also Ning Tian's first time fighting with a demon. If not for the fact that he had the advantage of some deity realm pressure in the land of the fallen gods, dealing with these two demons wouldn't be so easy. Huff! Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he slowly took out the Pagoda Demon Tower from his storage ring. Looking at the Pagoda Demon Tower in his palm, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a wisp of curiosity. The Pagoda Demon Tower in his hand slowly rotated. Vaguely, there was a trace of demonic qi leaking out. What exactly is this thing? Ning Tian muttered. Then, he made a bold decision. Using a trace of consciousness, he entered the Pagoda Demon Tower. He closed his eyes slightly. A wisp of consciousness circulated within. This was the Buddha Demon Pagoda. The surroundings were pitch black, and dense demonic qi filled the entire space. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared. Ning Tian appeared in the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Is this the interior of the Buddha's Demon Pagoda? What a powerful devil qi! Ning Tian murmured, his eyes filled with caution. He felt that it was difficult to move an inch in this place. Every step he took was a kind of torture. Host, this system does not recommend you to continue forward. Just as Ning Tian was about to walk forward, the system's voice rang out. What happened? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and asked. This is only the first level of the Buddha's Demon Pagoda. Host, you are still too weak. This system suggests that you bring your two wives over. The system said slowly. Ning Tian rolled his eyes. Was there a system that publicly called its host weak? He didn't give him any face at all. Wait. What the hell is with two wives? Suddenly, Ning Tian reacted and scratched his head. Since when did he have two wives? Luo Wuqing's first wife and the queen mother of the West's second wife, the system said in a serious tone. System, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The system said, host, this system doesn't eat, so you can say whatever you want. Ning Tian's face darkened. Besides, host, think about it. Doesn't it feel good to be hugging each other? The system egged him on. Cough cough, it does feel good. Ning Tian coughed dryly and scratched his head. This was more than just good. This was so good that it felt like heaven. Yes, when the time comes, let's have some fun together. Together? System, you're not right. I'm a decent person. Ning Tian said with a straight face. A decent person? Heh, which decent person has 2 wives? A righteous retort from a decent system. Ning Tian was stunned. What the system said made sense. Forget it. That's all for now. Ning Tian ignored the system. After taking another look at the pitch-black space of the Buddha Demon Pagoda, he turned and left. According to the system, he was only at the first level of the Buddha Demon Pagoda. The first level was already so terrifying. What about the higher levels? Or, how many levels did this Buddha Demon Pagoda have? It seems like this bit of strength is far from enough to fully understand the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Ning Tian murmured and slowly exited the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Outside the land of the fallen gods. Ancestral Master, how much longer will it take? Yi Bei was anxious. More than 2 hours had passed, but there was no change in the land of the fallen gods. What's the hurry? Ning Tian's shadow said indifferently as his gaze fell on the center of the land of the fallen gods. The wind is coming soon. Really? Hearing this, Yi Bei was elated. The group of elders from Great Compassion Palace also looked toward the center of the land of the fallen gods. Would the abnormalities in the land of the fallen gods disappear as the ancestral master said? At this moment, a gentle breeze blew past, and the sound of the wind was heard. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wild wind erupted in the land of the fallen gods. This was the demon extinguishing gale that Ning Tian had cast. Boom! In an instant, the entire land of the fallen gods was shrouded by the wild wind. Then, the dark clouds in the sky were blown away, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. Wind. The wind is really coming. Amazing. Amazing. The ancestral master was right. Seeing this, Yi Bei and the group of elders from Great Compassion Palace widened their eyes in excitement. It was really as the ancestral master said. The wind was coming. Seeing this, Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. Then, without anyone noticing, his body slowly dissipated. At this moment, a void door opened in the space beside him, and Ning Tian stepped out of it. At this moment, he had already taken off the ice silkworm mask on his face. How is it? This strange phenomenon will eventually be blown away by the wind. Ning Tian walked over with a smile. It's really as the ancestral master said. Yi Bei's heart, which was hanging in the air, was finally at ease. Their gazes towards Ning Tian became more and more respectful. He was indeed the legendary ancestral master of the Tianmo cult and the eternal god. It was as if everything was going according to the ancestral master's will. Father. At this moment, Yi Yu and the others slowly walked out of the land of the fallen gods. Without the strange phenomenon, they could naturally come out of the land of the fallen gods. You are. Hearing the voice, Yi Bei's eyes flashed with excitement, and he quickly walked over. Fortunately, you are all fine. Seeing that his daughter was safe and sound, Yi Bei heaved a sigh of relief. But, the several tens of martial brothers and sisters all died in there. Yi Yu did not rejoice at surviving the disaster. Instead, she was slightly dazed. Chapter 250. Yi Bei was taken aback when he heard that and remained silent for a long time. He felt terrible about losing so many elite disciples, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was fortunate that Yi Yu and the rest were able to return. Let's go, Yu. I'll bring you to meet a big shot. When he said this, Yi Bei was already scheming in his heart. His heart was also excited. A big shot. Yi Yu and the rest were stunned when they heard that. They were confused when they saw how excited Yi Bei was. Palace Master was a God Emperor realm expert. Who exactly was this person that could make him so agitated? Shortly after, Yi Yu and the others followed Yi Bei's footsteps and slowly walked over. The group of disciples was stunned when they saw Ning Tian. F***ck. He's so handsome. I just saw that ugly senior. Now that I see this young master, I feel like my eyes have been cleansed. The group of Great Compassion Palace disciples discussed among themselves and their eyes lit up. Yi Yu was also slightly dazed and her red lips parted slightly. The young man in front of her was many times more handsome than any of the young talents she had seen in the northern region. However, Yi Yu frowned and walked over. She bowed and said, "Young master, have we met before?" She kept feeling that the Ning Tian in front of her seemed to have seen her somewhere before. There was a sense of familiarity. Ning Tian was stunned when he heard Yi Yu's words. He could not help but take a deep look at Yi Yu. This woman's intuition was too accurate. "Miss, I'm afraid you're overthinking. We haven't met before." Ning Tian smiled and shook his head. It was unknown how many female disciples of the Great Compassion Palace were attracted by this smile. Yi Yu was also slightly dazed. When she came back to her senses, she smiled apologetically. "It seems like I'm overthinking. You've been in the northern region all year round. How could you have met the ancestral master?" Yi Bei chuckled as he spoke. "Ancestral master?" Yi Yu was stunned. She was shocked and covered her red lips in disbelief. "Father, do you mean that he's a legendary ancestral master? Legendary patriarch? Could it be the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult? Great Emperor?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Great Compassion Palace's disciples changed instantly. Their eyes were filled with admiration and awe. "You shocked Yi Yu. You shocked a group of Great Compassion Palace disciples. Reward, Aura Cultivation plus 5,000. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Absorbing Faith Energy. Faith Energy plus 1. Faith Energy plus 2. Faith Energy plus 1. Current stored Faith Energy, 800, 010000. As expected, my believers are everywhere. Ning Tian felt the Faith Energy in his body increase, and he couldn't help but understand the truth of this sentence. However, it was good to have Faith Energy. Now, he was only 2,000 away from gathering the power of 10,000 different levels of faith. "Ancestral Master, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it." At this moment, Yi Bei rolled his eyes and came over. "What is it?" Ning Tian glanced at him and said indifferently, "That's right. What do you think of my daughter?" Yi Bei chuckled. As soon as he said that, Ning Tian understood what Yi Bei wanted to do. He glanced at Yi Yu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe her as a beauty with fair skin and long legs. She was an out-and-out beauty. Yi Yu blushed when she heard her father's words. She also understood. However, she didn't show much resistance. Instead, she was looking forward to it. After all, this was her ancestral master. Moreover, she was very confident in her appearance. After all, she was ranked first among the beauties in the entire northern region. Oh, and then? However, Ning Tian only glanced at her once before looking away indifferently. Yi Bei was stunned when he heard Ning Tian's words. Why didn't this ancestral master follow the script? Ahem. He came to his senses and coughed dryly before saying, "Ancestral master, shouldn't a great emperor like you be treated like an emperor? So, Her Majesty wouldn't mind if you have multiple wives and concubines, right? So, ancestral master, why don't you take my daughter as your concubine?" After Yi Bei finished speaking, he looked at Ning Tian with a face full of anticipation. Although it was only a concubine, it didn't seem to fit her identity as the daughter of the palace master of the Great Compassion Palace. However, it also depended on whose concubine she was. This was the legendary ancestral master's concubine. It wasn't shameful at all. At the side, Yi Yu blushed. Her ancestral master was an almost perfect man. Which girl in the heavenly spirit realm wouldn't like him? Even the disciples and elders of the Great Compassion Palace were looking forward to it. If they were to have a relationship with the ancestral master, who in the entire northern region would dare to provoke them? "I'm not interested." Under everyone's gaze, Ning Tian looked indifferent and shook his head. Although Yi Yu was a rare beauty, he didn't have any intention of taking her in. He didn't have to take in a beautiful woman just because he saw one. It wasn't necessary. You're not interested? When Ning Tian said this, the disciples of the Great Compassion Palace around him were disappointed. A trace of disappointment flashed across Yi Yu's beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly. Ancestral Master, Yi Bei was still unwilling. Even if you don't want to be a concubine, you can be a bed-warming maid. Shut up. Ning Tian glanced at him indifferently, his eyes full of coldness. Although he was an old pervert, he wasn't like that to everyone. Only those who could make him stand up. Only Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West. As for the other women, yes, sensing the coldness in Ning Tian's eyes, Yi Bei didn't dare to say anything even if he was unwilling. After all, the person in front of him was his ancestral master. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Phew! I'm finally back. Everyone looked over. It was Ancestral Master Tianbei, who was sent flying by Ning Tian with his face. Ancestral Master, how far have you flown? Yi Bei looked at Ancestral Master Tianbei, who was descending from the sky, with a puzzled expression. Not far, just to the Divine Land. I also had a cup of tea with some old friends in the Divine Land city. Ancestral Master Tianbei coughed and said slowly, Divine Land. Hearing this, Yi Bei and the other elders of the Great Compassion Palace were shocked. The northern state was very far away from the Divine Land. Ancestral Master Tianbei was too good at flying, right? He had crossed half of the Sky Spirit realm in an instant. You're back. Since you're back, give me the 100,000 mu of herb fields that were supposed to be given to me. At this moment, Ning Tian's indifferent voice sounded from the side. Hearing Ning Tian's voice, Ancestral Master Tianbei's whole body trembled, and his eyes were full of awe. His old friend in the Divine Land city was the ruler of the theocracy. When he learned that the ruler of the theocracy was also cheated by the Ancestral Master, he realized that he was a fool. Why did he suspect the Ancestral Master? Yes, Ancestral Master. I'll immediately prepare 100,000 mu of herb fields for you. Chapter 251. Great Compassion Palace. All the disciples looked at the highest point of Great Compassion Palace. Their gazes were filled with 30% worship and 70% reverence. There was a young man sitting cross-legged there. And he had a famous name that was enough to shake the entire heavenly spirit region. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. Above the cliff, a gentle breeze blew past. Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, feeling the weak spiritual energy flowing in the air. After the battle and absorbing a lot of spiritual energy, he vaguely felt that there were signs of a breakthrough in his body. Phew, it's been almost a week since the last breakthrough. It's not too much to break through 1 star in a week. Ning Tian said softly with a glimmer in his eyes. 1 star in a week was not too fast or too slow. However, if those cultivators who had only broken through 1 star in a few decades heard this, they would probably chop him up with a knife. Phew, Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He could try to break through while Great Ancestor Tianbei was preparing 100,000 mu of herb fields. Then, he activated the Celestial God record and began to cultivate. Soon, the spiritual energy around Ning Tian began to circulate. The entire mountain top of Great Compassion Palace was shrouded in rich spiritual energy. It was as if they had arrived at a paradise. The disciples of Great Compassion Palace widened their eyes when they saw this scene. From their point of view, Ning Tian was just sitting cross-legged, but there was a steady flow of spiritual energy around him. Amazing. The male disciples of Great Compassion Palace widened their eyes. They were envious. If the spiritual energy did not come to them, they would go to the spiritual energy. But the patriarch was different. The spiritual energy was rushing to the patriarch as if it was in a hurry to be reincarnated. So handsome. He's indeed my ideal partner. The female disciples of the Great Compassion Palace seemed to be infatuated. Their beautiful eyes sparkled as they looked at Ning Tian. Senior sister, you're using the patriarch as your ideal partner. I'm afraid you won't be able to get married for the rest of your life. A junior sister could not help but ridicule her senior sister. "You're right. Half a patriarch then." The senior martial sister was taken aback for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. Then, he looked at his junior sister and asked curiously, "Junior sister, why do you keep blinking at the ancestral master?" "Senior sister, I'm trying my best to engrave the appearance of the patriarch in my mind. There's a saying that goes, what you think about in the day, you dream about at night. If I remember the ancestral master, then the ancestral master might come to me in my dreams at night." The junior sister from Great Compassion Palace said seriously, "I see. I want one too. I want to have a wet dream." Senior sister's wolf-like gaze landed on Ning Tian. Boom. At this time, a rumbling sound came from the cliff. A steady stream of spirit chi flowed towards Ning Tian. "Patriarch, what are you trying to do?" The disciples of Great Compassion Palace were attracted to the scene. In their eyes, Ning Tian was a 9 tribulations great emperor. Therefore, they did not know that this seemingly earth-shattering phenomenon was actually Ning Tian breaking through. "Although I don't know what the ancestral master is trying to do, I really want to shout those 8 words." A disciple from Great Compassion Palace who had just returned from West Continent said slowly, "8 words? Which 8 words?" The surrounding disciples of Great Compassion Palace looked at the disciple in confusion. "Hee." The disciple smiled mysteriously. His eyes were shining with golden light as he said slowly, "I passed by West Continent and heard that as long as I sincerely shout Patriarch is awesome and eternal God, I'll gain incredible benefits. Therefore, I'll shout Patriarch first." After saying that, the disciple took a deep breath and put on a serious look. Then, he shouted loudly, "Patriarch is awesome and eternal God." Boom. In an instant, an imposing aura appeared on his body. Then, he was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground. Seeing this, many of the surrounding disciples were stunned. Their expressions changed. "Damn. Is this guy being punished by the heavens? But the ancestral master is awesome. He didn't lie, did he? Junior brother, are you okay?" The group of disciples from Great Compassion Palace looked at the disciple who had fallen on the ground and asked worriedly, "Silence. Silence." The disciples' mouths twitched. Shock. A disciple from Great Compassion Palace was punished by the heavens because he shouted the mysterious code of 8 word. While the disciples of Great Compassion Palace were stunned on the spot. Suddenly, the disciple who had fallen on the ground jumped up. He spat out blood and shouted excitedly, "F***ck. I broke through. Ha ha ha." The disciple laughed wildly. The more he laughed, the more blood flowed from his mouth. This was because he was shocked to find that he had broken through from 7-star Black Martial Master to 8-star Black Martial Master. Seeing the disciple's appearance and hearing his words, the disciples of Great Compassion Palace were dumbfounded. 3 question marks slowly appeared above his head. What the hell? He broke through just like that. Could it be, was it that mysterious code? The disciples seemed to have figured something out. Their eyes lit up but they did not dare to make a move. "Junior brother, I'm enlightened. What about you?" A senior brother among the disciples of Great Compassion Palace muttered to himself. He was eager to make a move. "Senior brother, I'm enlightened too." The junior brother next to him nodded heavily. "So, are you ready?" "Yes." Then, the 2 of them took a deep breath and shouted with all their strength. "The ancestral master is awesome. He's a god forever." Everyone's eyes were on the 2 of them. Boom. Spiritual energy exploded from the 2 of them and they were sent flying. However, when they were sent flying, the 2 of them revealed a blissful expression. After falling on the ground, the 2 of them quickly got up. Blood flowed from their mouths but they were extremely excited. It was obvious that they had broken through too. Seeing this, the disciples of Great Compassion Palace no longer hesitated and shouted one after another. The mysterious code of 8 words echoed throughout Great Compassion Palace. The reason why they were able to achieve such an effect was because of their sincere worship and because Ning Tian hadn't closed off the faith cultivation array formation. They vomited blood to level up because they were weaker and could not bear the gift of the faith cultivation formation. When great ancestor Tianbei, Yi Bei, and a group of elders of Great Compassion Palace arrived, they saw many disciples lying in pools of blood. Their expressions changed immediately. F***CK. Who attacked the disciples of Great Compassion Palace? How dare they? Yi Bei's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with anger. The disciples lying in pools of blood made him think that they had met with misfortune. Behind him, Yi Yu and a group of elders were also pale. They had only gone to prepare 100,000 acres of herb fields for the ancestral master, and their home had been raided. This was outrageous. Chapter 252. Palace Master, no one did anything to the disciples. At this moment, a disciple stood out and said with a smile, "Can't you see that although the disciples are vomiting blood, their faces are very bright?" Yi Bei was stunned and observed carefully. The disciples were indeed as he said. Although they were lying in a pool of blood, they were smiling. Are they stupid? Yi Bei was puzzled. Immediately, the disciple slowly explained the cause of the matter. Hearing this, Yi Bei and the others' faces changed drastically. What? There's such a thing. Not only was Yi Bei dumbfounded, even Elder Tian Bei, who had lived for thousands of years, had never seen such a scene. Shouting that the founder was awesome would give them a boost. There was such a good thing in the world. Yi Bei and the other elders were a little tempted. However, due to their pride, they were too embarrassed to shout it out loud. Thus, the elders looked at each other and did not say anything. If they couldn't shout it out loud, then what about whispering? Cough. At this moment, Yi Bei coughed and looked at the group of disciples. After all, he's the founder. It's not strange for him to have such an abnormality. However, I won't be able to compete with you guys on this level. Our cultivation bases are enough. Hearing this, the group of elders all nodded their heads in all seriousness. Hearing this, the group of disciples below was touched. As expected of the palace master and the elders, they were indeed considerate of the disciples. All right, hurry up and cultivate. Yi Bei waved his hand. Before he could finish speaking, a spiritual energy suddenly blasted on his body and his cultivation rose a little. Seeing this scene, Yi Bei was stunned. The group of disciples was also stunned. The surroundings were silent. Only Yi Bei was going crazy. Damn. What's going on? He silently said in his heart, the founder is awesome. Is there an effect even if he's a god forever? Although he said that, he could not help but try it in his heart. However, what was shocking was that even if he said it in his heart, it was still effective. It's over, it's over. My reputation is gone. Feeling the strange gazes of the disciples, Yi Bei sighed in his heart. However, at this moment, boom, 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 streaks of spiritual chi appeared on the group of Great Compassion Palace elders, who had just said that they would not compete with the disciples. At this moment, everyone was silent. All of them kept saying that they wouldn't, but, how fragrant. You guys. Sigh, your mouths say no, but your bodies are quite honest. At the side, Great Ancestor Tian Bei shook his head and sighed. Yi Bei and the others were the ones who spoke ill of their mouths, but their bodies were upright. Hearing this, Yi Bei and the others looked guilty. Learn from this old man never. Before Great Ancestor Tian Bei could finish his words, a burst of spiritual energy erupted from his body. That was an accident. His face turned red as he coughed dryly. Boom, boom, boom. But in the next moment, spiritual energy started to appear on his body, causing the group of disciples and elders to be dumbfounded. How many times had this old fellow secretly said that the ancestral master was awesome? This was great. Quan Zhenxiang warned. Cough, cough. Cultivate, cultivate. Great Ancestor Tian Bei coughed dryly and waved his hand. Only a fool would not take advantage of the benefits. The group of disciples fell silent and began to cultivate one by one. On the high cliff, Ning Tian was still a bit away from breaking through. Just as he sighed slightly and was about to give up, the system's voice sounded. You have shocked the disciples of the Great Compassion Palace. You have shocked the elders of the Great Compassion Palace. Reward, 10,000 spiritual energy cultivation base. The moment the spiritual energy cultivation base surged into his body, It was like a stone falling into a cup full of water, causing the water to overflow. Boom! Ning Qian's body shook as he released his aura. This was signs of a breakthrough. Congratulations, host, for breaking through. Current strength, 7 stars of the Holy Emperor realm. Phew! Ning Qian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of light flashed in his clear eyes. He finally broke through. When he opened his eyes, he saw a group of disciples of the Great Compassion Palace. Each of them was covered in blood, but they were laughing wildly. He couldn't help but frown slightly. What happened to these guys? What are you guys doing? Ning Qian slowly opened his mouth and asked. When his voice rang out, the gazes of the group of disciples and elders all landed on him. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and reverence. Ancestral Master, this is all thanks to your invincible power, Yi Bei said. Then, he slowly explained what had happened. Oh, I see. Ning Qian didn't mind. He didn't care about the cultivation of faith. Anyway, it could be replenished by him, so he didn't lose anything. Detected the power of faith. Absorbing the power of faith. Power of faith +1. Power of faith +1. Power of faith +2. Current storage of power of faith, 100,001,0000. Storage of power of faith of 10,000 level has been completed. That's it. Hearing the system's words, Ning Qian raised his eyebrows and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He had gained quite a lot from this trip. With the power of faith gathered, he had one more trump card in his hand. Tian Bei, are the 100,000 acres of herb fields ready? Ning Qian slowly got up and looked at Great Ancestor Tian Bei. It's ready. Great Ancestor Tian Bei nodded and then carefully handed a storage ring to Ning Qian. Ancestral Master, the 100,000 acres of herb fields are in this storage ring. Ning Qian nodded and put away the storage ring. He had already asked the Supreme Elder to go back. Now that the matter was almost settled, it was time to leave. The green hills do not change, and the green water flows forever. Everyone, will meet again if fate wills it. Hearing that Ning Qian was about to leave, Yi Bei and the others hurriedly sent him off. Farewell, Ancestral Master. Farewell, Ancestral Master. In the Great Compassion Palace, a series of deafening voices sounded. Ning Qian looked indifferent. He turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, Yi Bei and the others couldn't help but sigh. To think that a peerless powerhouse like the Ancestral Master would probably never see him again after this farewell. A day later. In the mountain gate of the Tianmo cult, a figure appeared and cursed. F***CK Why is the North region so far away? If I had known earlier, the Supreme Elder would have come back first. It's too tiring to fly by yourself. This figure was Ning Qian. After an entire day and night, he finally flew back from the Great Compassion Palace. I'm so hungry, I want to eat steamed buns. He muttered and was ready to attack. At this moment, a stench assaulted him. He suddenly looked up and saw a bloody mouth suddenly appearing above his head. Roar. Ning Qian frowned and dodged immediately. Did this stupid lion eat people randomly? That's right, the owner of that bloody mouth was the Sealing Flame Lion King. Chapter 253. Roar. Seeing that its mouth had missed, the Lion King let out a lion's roar. It had finally familiarized itself with the Tianmo cult's mountain gate in the past few days. This was much larger than when it was in the demonic beast forest. It thought that if it could bite an intruder to death today, it would be able to find its cheap master to exchange for a cute lioness. But it didn't expect that its mouth would miss. Stupid jade lion, do you want to bite me? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in its ears, and its entire body trembled. It turned its head with some difficulty. Roar! After seeing that it was Ning Qian, its expression changed. Roar! The Sealing Flame Lion King roared. Misunderstanding? Heh, I think you're itching for a beating. Ning Qian glanced at it coldly. Today, you'll have less demonic beast meat. Suddenly, the Lion King wanted to cry but had no tears. There was no lioness, and there was less meat. Life is finally making a move on me, the little lion cub. Oh right. Remember to go to the heavenly spring waterfall when you have time. Use the waterfall to wash your mouth. It's too smelly. Ning Qian looked at the Lion King with disdain. Roar. Hearing this, the Lion King shook its head in grievance. It had never heard that a lion had to brush its teeth. It was simply a disgrace in the lion world. Ning Qian couldn't be bothered with it. With a move, he headed in the direction of the demonic palace. Demonic palace. Supreme Elder, do you mean that my husband has already completed his task in the land of the fallen gods? Luo Wuqing's cold voice sounded from the main hall. Yes. The Grand Elder nodded. According to what the ancestral master said, that should be what he meant. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint light, and the worry in her heart instantly dissipated. He really did it. Then when will my husband return? This. The Grand Elder was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. I don't know. The ancestral master didn't tell me this. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded and waved her jade-like hand. Grand Elder, you go rest first. Yes. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the Supreme Elder's face. F***CK. I can finally rest. But before I rest, I'll take a look at the Royal Maiden painting first. At this moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside the hall. It was Ning Qian. Honey, come and let your husband take a look at your body. I haven't seen you for a few days. I wonder if you've gained weight. Ning Qian entered the hall and stepped into the void. He instantly teleported dozens of meters away. Then, he stretched out his hand and wrapped it around her slender waist. Not bad, not bad. Not much meat, not much, not much. As he spoke, his hands were still restless. Within the main hall, a group of elders were humming a tune as they looked to the side. Who would dare to look? This guy, feeling the warmth, Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. That familiar aura made her feel intoxicated. Forget it, let him be. Luo Wuqing sighed in her heart and simply did not bother to struggle. TSK, TSK. As soon as you come back, you want to take advantage of your wife. Sure enough, you're a big pervert. At this moment, a playful voice sounded. In the void, Queen Mother of the West jumped out and looked at the two who were hugging each other sourly. Hey, woman, why are you still here? Seeing that Queen Mother of the West was still there, Ning Qian could not help but be stunned for a moment. He thought that this woman should have left long ago. Humph. It's my pleasure. Queen Mother of the West snorted and then said, in the day when you weren't here, I even hugged your wife to sleep. Huh. Hearing this, Ning Qian was stunned for a moment. Two women, hugged to sleep. What kind of F***king scene was this? Can you imagine two stunning beauties hugging each other to sleep on the bed, if they were not wearing clothes? That scene, cough. At this moment, Ning Qian's mind was filled with colors. Ah, your husband has a nosebleed. At this moment, Queen Mother of the West exclaimed. Her red lips were slightly opened and her beautiful eyes were full of ridicule. Huh! Luo Wuqing was stunned and looked at Ning Qian. Indeed, he saw that nosebleed was flowing down. Husband, are you alright? Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of worry. Cough, I'm fine. Ning Qian waved his hand and used his spiritual energy to wipe the nosebleed. What can happen to him? He's an old pervert. Queen Mother of the West's eyes were full of ridicule. This Queen Mother of the West loved to speak the truth. By the way, I suddenly thought of a very serious matter. At this moment, Ning Qian looked at the two women with a serious face. Huh! The two women were stunned for a moment. Their beautiful eyes were full of doubts as they looked at Ning Qian. It was just that. Next time when the two of you sleep, do you want to consider bringing me along? Ning Qian said with a straight face. Luo Wuqing, Queen Mother of the West, the two women were stunned for a moment. Their reactions were different. Haha tilde Queen Mother of the West covered her mouth and chuckled. She raised her chest at Ning Qian teasingly. Okay. How about tonight? However, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyebrows quickly relaxed after frowning. Her eyes fell on Ning Qian. Her red lips moved slightly. Do you want it? Hearing that, Ning Qian was stunned for a moment. Want? Want it? Yes. As soon as he said that, he was stunned for a moment. When he saw the cold light in Luo Wuqing's eyes, he immediately reacted and shook his head violently. No, I don't want it. Damn. If he said that he wanted it, he was afraid that he would lose his brother forever. Cough, cough. Just kidding, tilde Ning Tian scratched his head. The Queen Mother of the West pursed her lips and complained silently, Phut, you have the guts to be lecherous, but you don't have the heart to be lecherous. Ning Tian decisively ignored her. Then, he looked at the two women and finally said seriously, Honey, Queen Mother of the West, let's go to the study. Study? At the mention of the study, Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. She immediately thought of the madness that day. Queen Mother of the West even notice. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, Let's go somewhere else. Let's go to the room. Hearing that, Ning Tian didn't think much of it. Anyway, if they were talking about serious matters, it was the same everywhere. Even if they didn't talk about serious matters, the room was convenient. From Ning Tian's fantasy. Immediately, the three of them stepped into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the heavenly demon palace, a group of elders looked at each other. Sigh. The Grand Elder sighed faintly. Young people are young people. They still have to go to the room to discuss some very important matters. Forget it, forget it. I'd better go look at the royal maiden painting tilde I'm old and useless. In the room. It was filled with the unique fragrance of a woman. Then, three people appeared from the void. The Queen Mother of the West directly lay on the bed where the two of them often fought with a satisfied look on her face. Ancestral Master, what do you want to say? The Queen Mother of the West's faint voice sounded. Chapter 254. Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Ning Tian smiled mysteriously when he saw the two girls looking at him curiously. He was not in a hurry to explain. Instead, he looked at Luo Wuqing. Honey, use your spiritual energy to seal the entire room. To take out the Buddha demon pagoda, he had to be fully prepared. After all, he could take out the Buddha demon pagoda without fear because he was in the land of the fallen gods and had the aura of a godly state expert. But now that he was out of the land of the fallen gods, no one knew what would happen to the Buddha demon pagoda once it was free of the aura of the land of the fallen gods. Luo Wuqing was slightly stunned when she saw Ning Tian's serious look. Then, she nodded without hesitation. A wisp of spiritual energy appeared on her hand and shook slightly. The aura of a great emperor shrouded the entire room. Ning Tian was still worried. He looked at the Queen Mother of the West and asked her to do the same. The Queen Mother of the West did not suspect anything. Soon, the room was shrouded by the aura. The aura of 29 Tribulation's great emperors circulated in the small room. At this moment, the two girls were even more curious. What could it be that made Ning Tian so cautious and use the aura of 29 Tribulation's great emperors? Hee. Ning Tian smiled mysteriously and said in a low voice, Come, let me show you a big treasure. Big treasure? The two girls were stunned. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, her face innocent. The Queen Mother of the West licked her red lips. Her eyes were full of ridicule. Patriarch's big treasure? Could it be? The two girls were clearly contrasted. One of them had been through hundreds of battles, but was incomparably pure. The other was inexperienced but full of colors. Then, under the expectant and confused gazes of the two girls, Ning Tian's storage ring shone. Then, he flipped his hand and a small black pagoda appeared in his palm. This is... The two girls were stunned and puzzled. Boom. At this moment, a ferocious demonic aura burst out from the small pagoda. Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West's faces turned cold. Their brows furrowed, and their eyes turned grave. What a powerful demonic aura. Husband, could this be the demonic god's relic? Luo Wuqing's gaze fell on the small black tower. His expression was grave. Yes. Ning Tian smiled and nodded. This thing is indeed. Suddenly, before he could finish speaking, a dense demonic chi emerged from the Buddha's devil pagoda. Boom. Bang. In the next moment, Ning Tian was sent flying by this wave of demonic chi. Husband. Patriarch. The two women's complexions changed. They turned their jade-like hands slightly, and the spiritual energy in the entire room was instantly mobilized. Ning Tian slammed heavily into the wall. Fortunately, the entire room was filled with the two women's spiritual energy. This violent collision did not affect him much. If Ning Tian had not asked the two women to use their spiritual energy to envelop the room, he would have been sent flying out of the room. I'm fine. Let's look at the Buddha's Devil Pagoda first. Ning Tian climbed up from the ground and waved his hand. He looked at the Buddha's Devil Pagoda that was floating in the air and constantly releasing demonic qi. It was as if something strange would happen if he did not control it. Yes. Luo Wuqing nodded and looked coldly at the Buddha's Devil Pagoda. Her beautiful face was covered with frost. She raised her jade-like hands slightly and mobilized the terrifying spiritual energy. All the spiritual energy in the entire room was mobilized. The great Emperor's aura turned into an invisible cage and trapped the Buddha's Devil Pagoda within it. All of the demonic qi was trapped to death. TSK, TSK. Is this the husband protector demon? At the side, the Queen Mother of the West could feel the chilling aura from Luo Wuqing. Waves of terrifying aura came one after another, and she could not help but twitch her lips. Phew, this thing's demonic qi is so powerful. Seeing that the Buddha's Devil Pagoda was suppressed by Luo Wuqing, Ning Tian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the foresight. Otherwise, once the Buddha's Devil Pagoda released its demonic qi, he did not know what would happen. Then, he slowly got up and walked toward the two women. Ah, Ancestral Master, your pants are gone again. The Queen Mother of the West covered her mouth and chuckled. Ning Tian was stunned. It turned out that under the explosion of the demonic qi, his clothes had been completely destroyed. Cough. Calm down. Ning Tian was not flustered. After all, there were only two women in the room. He leisurely changed his clothes. He could not help but complain in his heart. Is there no sturdier pants in this world? Why is it always my pants that get hurt? He shook his head slightly, looked at the Buddha's Devil Pagoda, and said softly, Wife, Queen Mother of the West, this black pagoda is called the Buddha's Devil Pagoda. Have you heard of it? Buddha's Devil Pagoda? Hearing this, the two women could not help but be stunned for a moment. After pondering for a moment, the two women shook their heads. Never heard of it. Hearing this, Ning Tian was silent for a moment, and said slowly, In the land of the fallen gods, I met people from the demon clan. I heard about it from them. Demon clan? Hearing this, the two women's faces changed, and they frowned. Husband, you're not hurt, are you? Luo Wuqing's gaze was fixed on Ning Tian's body, and his eyes were filled with worry. Ancestral Master, take off your clothes. Let me check for you. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes lit up, and she volunteered to pounce over. Ning Tian held the excited Queen Mother of the West and said indifferently, Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just two heavenly venerables. They are not my match in the land of the fallen gods. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing heaved a sigh of relief. I've entered the first level of this Buddha's Devil Pagoda. Unfortunately, with my strength, I can't enter it completely. So, I hope that the two of you can follow me in and find out what's going on. Ning Tian looked at the two women and said slowly, Okay. Hearing Ning Tian's words, the two women did not reject and nodded lightly. They were also interested in this so-called Fien Celestial's relic. Come, give me your hand. Okay. Then, Ning Tian finally had a legitimate reason to hold the two women's hands at the same time. Two cold and soft hands fell into his hands, and Ning Tian's mind rippled slightly. Then, he looked at the Buddha's Devil Pagoda. With a thought, the three of them entered the Buddha's Devil Pagoda. First level of the Buddha's Devil Pagoda. The surrounding demonic qi was hazy, and three faint lights appeared. Ning Tian and the two women appeared in the Buddha's Devil Pagoda. Is this the first level of the Buddha's Devil Pagoda? The Queen Mother of the West narrowed her beautiful eyes, and her eyes were filled with caution as she looked around. As expected of a lost relic of the demon clan. This demonic qi is really terrifying. She sighed. Even she was wary of the demonic qi in this place. One should know that this was only the first level. Chapter 255. Yes. This is the first level of the Buddha Demon Pagoda. The demonic aura is even more terrifying than before. Ning Tian nodded solemnly, his body trembling slightly. He was constantly circulating his spiritual energy to resist the demonic aura. At this moment, he felt a cold touch on his hand. A jade-like hand was holding his hand. Suddenly, the terrifying demonic aura on his body dissipated. Wife. Ning Tian was stunned. He looked at Luo Wuqing, who was holding him without saying a word. He could not help but feel a touch of warmth in his heart. My wife is still the best. If I don't pamper such a good wife, I'm not a man. Let's go. Luo Wuqing did not say much. She only opened her red lips slightly and said slowly. The three of them walked toward the first level of the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Although the Buddha Demon Pagoda was only the size of a palm, the space within it had infinite possibilities. After stepping into it, the originally pitch-black space had a faint trace of light. Wu Tilda at this moment, a demonic sound came from the first level. The demonic sound kept ringing, sharp and ear-piercing. Demonic sound? Ning Tian frowned slightly and was about to take out the immortal slashing guzheng. But before he could take action, he was stopped by Luo Wuqing. You don't have to do it. Let the Empress of the West do it, Luo Wuqing said lightly. Hearing this, Ning Tian thought of the Empress of the West's attainment in the Tao of Entertainment and nodded. Hee, watch me. The Empress of the West chuckled. Then, with a flip of her jade-like hand, a wooden flute appeared in her fair palm. She put it next to her red lips and let out a breath. Then, a desolate sound of the flute sounded. The moment the sound of the flute sounded, the surrounding demonic sound did not even have the ability to resist and shattered. TSK. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian could not help but sigh. She was indeed the sleeper of the 9 tribulations' great emperor. Her control of the Tao of Entertainment was indeed much stronger than his. Patriarch, do you want to learn? Shi Wangmu's bright eyes landed on Ning Tian. She licked her red lips, her eyes filled with mockery. Come to my Jade Lake sacred land when you're free. I'll play it for you personally. Cough. Ning Tian coughed dryly. He could vaguely feel that the cold little hand that was grabbing his big one was already tightening its grip a little. He could not help but mutter in his heart. Why is the Queen Mother of the West so mischievous recently? Was she really not afraid that he would eat her up? Just as Ning Tian felt like she was about to stand up, the system suddenly popped up. After all, even a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Ning Tian. While Ning Tian was speechless at the system, Luo Wuqing's pretty face changed. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed as she looked into the darkness not far away. Be careful, something is approaching. Things. Get close. Hearing this, Ning Tian and the Queen Mother of the West were stunned. A hint of caution flashed in their eyes. The Queen Mother of the West also quietly leaned over and hugged Ning Tian's other hand in her arms. What are you doing? Feeling his arm being constantly rubbed by that full body, Ning Tian could not help but look at the Queen Mother of the West with a dark face. What time is it now? This woman still has the mood to play around. Nothing, I'm just protecting the patriarch. A hint of slyness flashed in the Queen Mother of the West's eyes. Her pretty face was full of innocence. Ning Tian was speechless for a while. He glanced at Luo Wuqing, who was looking ahead solemnly and did not notice this scene. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He simply could not be bothered to care about the Queen Mother of the West. He was really courting death now. Could it be that the courting patriarch was having an affair online? The three of them looked into the darkness. Boom. At this moment, in the endless darkness, a huge cloud of demonic aura rushed over, accompanied by waves of terrifying demonic resentment. Is that demonic aura? Ning Tian frowned. His spiritual energy was quietly circulating continuously. No, it's not demonic aura. Luo Wuqing bit her red lips and shook her head slightly. It's demonic resentment. Demonic resentment. What's that? Ning Tian asked. Demonic resentment, as the name suggests, is actually formed by the resentment of the demon race combined with this huge demonic aura. the Queen Mother of the West explained. A glint flashed in her eyes. Since there's demonic resentment, it means that there's a demon race in the first level of the Buddha Demon Tower. Hee. At this moment, a horrifying aura emerged. A demonic howl rang in the ears of the three of them. The demonic aura that rushed over turned into a black shadow that was dozens of meters in size. Human race. Hee. There's actually a human in the Buddha Demon Tower. The eyes of the demonic resentment were filled with scarlet bloodlust. Its gaze kept sizing up the three of them. A one-star quasi-emperor level demonic resentment. Luo Wuqing said slowly when he saw the black shadow that was more than 10 meters in size. Quasi-emperor level? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system had warned him back then. Otherwise, if he encountered a quasi-emperor level demonic resentment in the Buddha Demon Tower, with his current strength, he naturally wouldn't be able to defeat it. But, feeling the touch of softness on each of his arms, Ning Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of security. Although he strongly condemned the act of living off a woman, but his teeth were not good these few days. Living off a woman wasn't a problem. Oh, little girl, you can actually recognize my strength. Seems like your strength is not bad. The demonic resentment couldn't help but be surprised when Luo Wuqing saw through its strength. A pair of scarlet eyes kept sizing up Luo Wuqing as if it was looking at food. I just don't know how it tastes to eat. The demonic resentment's tongue that was formed by demonic qi couldn't help but lick its lips, eager to eat. Eat. You'd better eat fart. At the side, Ning Tian rolled his eyes. I haven't eaten enough. You want to eat my wife with just this little demonic resentment? Kid, you're courting death. The demonic resentment was furious. A mere human dared to refute it. The demonic qi on its body was monstrous, and it was about to attack Ning Tian. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing's pretty face turned cold. She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. She raised her hand and a terrifying spiritual qi appeared. She suddenly pressed down. Boom. The demonic resentment that was incomparably arrogant just now was instantly suppressed to the ground. The demonic resentment's expression changed, and its eyes were filled with horror. This woman in front of it was actually a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor. The demonic resentment had been trapped in the Buddha Demon Tower for God knows how many years. He thought that he could finally eat. In the end, he encountered a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor the moment he came out. Sigh. The Queen Mother of the West sighed and looked at the demonic resentment pitifully. The aura on her body circulated slightly. You're fine. Why did you provoke him? Don't you know that behind him, there's a protective demon? The demonic resentment's expression changed drastically, and its eyes were filled with shock. Good heavens, this woman is also a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor? Chapter 256. Tell me, what secrets are hidden in this Buddha Demon Tower? Luo Wuqing's gaze turned cold as she stared at Mo Yuan with murderous intent. Mo Yuan's demonic aura trembled uncontrollably. His heart was filled with fear as he begged for mercy. I don't know. I only know that there is a demon sealed in this Buddha Demon Tower. I don't know anything else. I'm just a product of resentment. Please spare me. Mo Yuan begged bitterly. A demon is sealed. Ning Tian and the other two frowned slightly. This was clearly a relic left behind by the demon clan. It could even be a supreme treasure of the demon clan. Why would a demon be sealed inside? How many floors does this Buddha Demon Tower have? Ning Tian looked at Mo Yuan and asked with a frown. Mo Yuan swallowed his saliva and braced himself to say, I don't know. How would he know? He was just a worker in the Buddha Demon Tower. How could he know so many things? You don't know? Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed coldly as they landed on Mo Yuan, causing him to tremble. This woman's gaze was so terrifying. Then die. Luo Wuqing had never been a person who liked to talk nonsense. The moment her voice fell, the Emperor's aura enveloped Mo Yuan, causing him to tremble violently. Wait, I think I can still be saved. Mo Yuan quickly begged for mercy. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, the terrifying Emperor's aura had already shattered his entire body. His demonic aura dissipated, and his resentment was completely crushed by the Emperor's aura. After Luo Wuqing swiftly dealt with Mo Yuan, she said to Ning Tian and the Queen Mother of the West, "Let's continue. According to Mo Yuan, there should be something hidden on this floor. If we catch that demon, we might be able to find out the use of this Buddha demon tower." Hearing this, the two felt that it was reasonable and nodded. The three of them continued to walk deeper into the Buddha demon tower. But soon, the three of them stopped. "This is..." Ning Tian looked at the blood-red line that covered the entire area in front of him. It was like the door of a cage, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Shi Wangmu pondered for a while before saying, "Perhaps it is the barrier sealing that demon?" "It's possible." Ning Tian nodded. To the side, Luo Wuqing released Ning Tian's hand and walked towards the blood-colored ceiling boundary with graceful steps. Her gaze landed on the ceiling formation. Other than the red color of the barrier, it was pitch black. "Honey, be careful," Ning Tian exhorted from the side. No one knew the ins and outs of this Buddha's devil pagoda, and no one knew what kind of trouble it would cause. "Yes." Luo Wuqing nodded. A wisp of spiritual energy appeared on her jade-like hand, and she slowly reached out to touch the blood-colored barrier. Buzz tilde when her fingertips landed on the blood-colored barrier, the entire barrier rippled as if it had turned into water. Ning Tian and Shi Wangmu's nervous gazes landed on her. Once there was any abnormality, the two of them would rush over and pull her over regardless of their own safety. However, nothing happened, and the barrier was as calm as water. After a while, Luo Wuqing removed her hand from the barrier. She shook her head and said indifferently, "This barrier can't be broken. Even the power of a Nine Tribulations great emperor can't break it. It can't." Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. After a while, his brows relaxed. "Forget it. That's it then." There was no way forward. The biggest secret of the Buddha Demon Tower's first level was also hidden in this barrier. Perhaps only by knowing the way to break the seal of the barrier could they know the secret behind it. "Let's leave." Ning Tian sighed faintly, and then the three of them slowly dissipated. After a long time, there seemed to be a flash of red in the barrier. In the room, the Queen Mother of the West lay on the bed, displaying her extreme arrogance. Luo Wuqing sat at the table beside her, and Ning Tian leaned against the wall. After coming out of the Buddha Demon Tower, the three of them maintained such silence. The Buddha's Devil Pagoda involved too many things, and none of them knew exactly what it represented. Luo Wuqing was the first to break the silence in the room. She looked at Ning Tian, and a hint of worry appeared in her voice. "Husband, it's not safe for you to keep the Buddha Demon Tower. Why don't you give it to me?" Compared to the origin of the Buddha Demon Tower, Luo Wuqing was more worried about Ning Tian's safety. Hearing this, a trace of warmth appeared in Ning Tian's heart. He walked over and gently hugged her in his arms. He said softly, "Wife, you're so kind. However, leave this thing with me." "But," Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. "Just trust me." Ning Tian only looked at her, his voice full of calmness. Luo Wuqing looked at the pair of eyes full of certainty. Her red lips parted slightly, but in the end, she still nodded. Ning Tian was not blindly confident. Luo Wuqing was worried about him, and he was also worried about Luo Wuqing. Although the Nine Tribulations great emperor was strong, there were stronger people above him. And although he was not strong at the moment, because of the chaotic aura, no one could spy on him. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the Buddha Demon Tower being discovered. For now, the most important thing is to investigate the origin of the Buddha Demon Tower, Ning Tian said in a low voice. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. Her red lips parted slightly. "But the heavenly spirit region is the spirit region of the human race. There's no way to start." When she said this, the room fell into silence again. Yes. The Buddha Demon Tower was lost in the heavenly spirit region, but the heavenly spirit region had been ruled by the human race since ancient times. There was no trace of the demon race at all. Could it be that they had to go to the demon race and capture one for interrogation? But that would be too arrogant. "Maybe I have a way." At this moment, a voice sounded. Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing looked at the Queen Mother of the West with puzzled eyes. What way? The two asked in unison. Hee. It's a secret. The Queen Mother of the West revealed a beautiful smile. Anyway, wait for my good news. Then, without waiting for the two to say anything, she stepped into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She left the two with puzzled faces, still snuggling in the room. What is this woman doing? Ning Qian scratched his head, looking puzzled. Looking at how anxious he was, could it be that he had come up with a solution? Although I don't know what she's going to do. But I want to know, what's the meaning of your hand? Luo Wuqing glanced at Ning Qian indifferently and asked. If I said it was a subconscious action, would you believe me? Ning Qian said with a straight face. No, I don't. Luo Wuqing pursed her lips. Then isn't that enough? You're shameless. Luo Wuqing tried to struggle, but he quickly fell. This guy was flirting again. Chapter 257. A few hours later. At the Heavenly Demon herb field. A middle-aged man in a farmer's uniform looked at the 100-meter-wide herb field and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. If this continues, these herb fields will all be abandoned. This man was called Su Song, and he was the Tianmo cult's guard of this herb field. Because the Tianmo cult didn't pay much attention to the herb fields, this 100-meter-wide herb field was now showing signs of abandonment. Looking at him made his heart ache. Su Song let out a long sigh, but at this moment, a voice came from the sky. Su Song, we're here. He subconsciously raised his head and saw the Supreme Elder and several other elders descending from the sky. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Su Song hurriedly bowed, then looked at them in confusion and couldn't help but ask curiously, Elders, may I know what business you have in the herb field? Reclamation. The Supreme Elder stroked his beard and lightly spat out 2 words. Reclamation? Hearing this, Su Song couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What does Supreme Elder mean? Literally. The Supreme Elder said with a smile, the Ancestral Master asked us to come. Don't ask so many questions, this old man doesn't know either. When the Ancestral Master comes, he will naturally know everything. Hearing this, although Su Song was puzzled, he could only nod silently. Soon, hundreds of disciples came to the herb field with hoes and other tools. Seeing this, Su Song's eyes brimmed with tears. Reclamation meant that the Ancestral Master had begun to pay attention to these herb fields. These spirit herbs that he had painstakingly planted could finally be saved. After all the disciples had gathered, a figure stepped out of the void. It was Ning Qian. After his battle with Luo Wuqing, he remembered that there were still 100,000 mu of spirit herbs waiting to be planted in his storage ring. Thus, he instructed the Supreme Elder to do something. That's why this happened. Ancestral Master. The Supreme Elder was the first to see Ning Qian and bowed slightly. Greetings, Ancestral Master. The other disciples also hurriedly followed suit and bowed. Ning Qian smiled and looked at the group of disciples. He then looked at the herb field and asked, who is in charge of this herb field? Patriarch, it's me. Su Song squeezed out from the crowd of disciples and looked at Ning Qian with excitement. Although he had always been guarding the medicinal field here, the Ancestral Master's illustrious name had long reverberated like thunder in his ears. Now that he saw the Ancestral Master, he was naturally incomparably excited. You are. Ning Qian looked at Su Song. Ancestral Master, my name is Su Song. I am the guardian of this medicinal field, Su Song quickly said. Su Song. All right, I got it. Ning Qian nodded his head. Then, he looked at Su Song and asked, how many acres of spirit herbs can be planted in this medicinal field if all of it is cultivated? Let me think. Su Song pondered for a while and said tentatively, maybe a few thousand mu. A few thousand mu? Ning Qian frowned and shook his head. Not enough. It's completely not enough. How many acres do you want to plant? Su Song was stunned and asked subconsciously. In his eyes, a few thousand mu of spirit herbs was already a lot. After all, spirit herbs were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. How could there be so many of them? The surrounding disciples were all carrying hoes on their backs as they looked at Ning Qian curiously. The Ancestral Master must have called them over to plant spirit herbs. However, How many did he want to plant? Ning Qian looked calm and said slowly, 100,000. I need to plant 100,000 mu. 100,000 mu? Su Song was dumbfounded. The surrounding disciples were also dumbfounded. Patriarch, where did you get so many spirit herbs? The elders and disciples at the side were confused. This is what the ancestral master got from the Great Compassion Palace. The Supreme Elder smiled mysteriously. Where did he get this from the Great Compassion Palace? The group of disciples and elders could not help but be stunned. They had heard about the ancestral master's trip to the Great Compassion Palace a few days ago. However, wasn't it a little ridiculous to get 100,000 mu of spirit herbs from the Great Compassion Palace? Wait a minute. No, this was the ancestral master. Wasn't this a basic operation for the ancestral master? The group of disciples and elders came to their senses. The ancestral master was the one who scammed the spirit herbs. Then it was fine. Since he was the ancestral master, please take a seat. 100,000 mu of spirit herbs. Su Song swallowed his saliva with difficulty and then said bitterly, Ancestral master, even if we plowed the entire herb field, I'm afraid we can only plant a few thousand mu. Is that so? Ning Qian touched his chin and fell into deep thought. After a while, his gaze landed on the tall mountain beside the medicinal field. The group of disciples and elders who saw this scene immediately felt their hearts tremble. They suddenly had an uneasy premonition. Damn! Could it be that the ancestral master was thinking of tearing down the mountain? Just as they were thinking about it, they heard the ancestral master murmur softly, Why don't we tear down that mountain? No, you can't, ancestral master. At this moment, the Supreme Elder hurriedly dissuaded him. Oh! Ning Qian raised his eyebrows and asked, Why not? The Supreme Elder was stunned and a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Before he could say anything, the ancestral master asked, Do I need a reason to tear down a mountain? The Supreme Elder was stunned and said subconsciously, Don't you need a reason? Do you need one? Don't you need one? The Supreme Elder fell silent. He felt that this could not go on, so he hurriedly said, Ancestral Master, I'm mainly worried that when you tear down the mountain, some gravel will fall. It won't be good if it hits the flowers, grass, or the disciples passing by. After saying that, he hurriedly signaled the group of disciples with his eyes. If they did not stop the ancestral master from tearing down the mountain, he had a feeling that the Tianmo cult would be gone sooner or later. Yes, ancestral master. Yuanhao, what do you think? I think the Supreme Elder has a point. Ancestral master, please reconsider. At this moment, the group of disciples also hurriedly echoed. It's fine. You don't have to worry about that. In fact, tearing down a mountain is quite simple. However, Ning Qian waved his hand, and then, the spiritual energy in his hand vibrated. Boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual energy instantly enveloped a mountain near the herb field. Then, the entire mountain shook. The earth shook, and the mountain shook as if the gravel was about to collapse. At this moment, another wave of energy appeared in Ning Qian's hand. That was the power of the path of the void. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the mountain collapsed, but all the gravel was sucked into the void the moment it fell. Soon, the mountain that was standing in front of them just a moment ago was empty. If Yu Gong was here, he would probably call him an expert. F***CK. What did the ancestral master do? Where is the mountain? I just blinked, and the mountain is gone. The group of disciples was dumbfounded, and they were shocked. All right, let's go and explore. Ning Qian did not care about them. He waved his hand and asked them to explore the herb field. Chapter 258. Yes, ancestral master. The group of disciples obeyed Ning Qian's words and walked towards the herb field that the ancestral master had forcibly opened up with their hose. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Ning Qian's mind. You've shocked a group of disciples by opening up a mountain. Rewarded talent skill, 10,000 acres of fertile farmland. 10,000 acres of fertile farmland. After use, the spiritual herbs planted can grow faster and obtain some incredible growth. Another talent skill? Hearing the system's words, Ning Tian could not help but be stunned. However, the talent skill, 10,000 acres of fertile farmland, this time seemed to be pretty good. Most importantly, there were no restrictions on the use of the talent skill. Not bad. Ning Tian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Next, he just had to wait for the herb field to be opened up and plant the spiritual herbs. 10 minutes later, the group of disciples put down their hoes and the spiritual energy on the hose quietly dissipated. Looking at the herb field, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Ancestral Master, all the herb fields have been opened up. Su Song ran over and said to Ning Tian excitedly. Okay. Ning Tian nodded and then slowly took out a storage ring. This was the 100,000 acres of spiritual herbs that Ancestral Master Tian Bei had prepared for him. Ancestral Master, do you need us to plant these for you? The Grand Elder asked. Hearing this, the group of disciples twitched their mouths and sweated in their hearts. How long would it take to plant these 100,000 acres of spiritual herbs? No need. Ning Tian shook his head. His words were like amnesty, and the group of disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Then, a cold light flickered on the storage ring. Countless balls of light appeared. They were densely packed and spread all over the sky, making one's scalp tingle. These were the seedlings of the spiritual herbs. Ancestral Master, what are you trying to do? Seeing this scene, the group of disciples could not help but have a flash of doubt in their eyes. Everyone's eyes fell on Ning Tian. Ning Tian muttered in his heart. System, use the talent skill, 10,000 acres of fertile farmland. Using the talent skill, 10,000 acres of fertile farmland. Use successful. As soon as the system finished speaking, Ning Tian used 10,000 acres of fertile farmland. Spiritual energy appeared in his hand, and he raised his hand slightly. Countless spirit herb sprouts that were floating in the air and wrapped in light followed his movements and headed towards the herb field below. In the sky, stalks of spirit medicine rushed into the medicine field under the cover of the light. When they saw that the spirit herb sprouts were digging out of the soil by themselves, the group of disciples was dumbfounded. What a guy! This is, I plant myself. A few minutes later, 100,000 mu of spirit herbs had been planted into the medicinal field. A group of disciples witnessed the entire process of I plant myself with their own eyes. Hey! At this moment, a disciple suddenly asked in confusion. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the spirit herbs planted in the medicinal field. He could not help but be a little surprised. Strange, why do I feel that those spirit herbs have grown a little? As soon as he said that, the surrounding disciples all looked over. It does seem to have grown a little bigger. It's getting bigger again. What's the situation? Sure enough, after they took a closer look, they discovered that these spirit herb saplings were actually growing rapidly. Amazing. I've been guarding the medicinal field for almost 100 years, but I've never heard of any spirit herb that could grow so quickly. Su Song was also a little stunned. The Supreme Elder immediately looked at Ning Tian and asked, Ancestral Master, did you do this? In short, in the Tianmo cult, anything that could not be explained with common sense could be explained by the Ancestral Master. This was because the Ancestral Master was basically the one who did it. Hearing this, Ning Tian smiled. She didn't admit it, nor did she deny it. Now, all we have to do is wait for the spirit herbs to mature. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder was basically certain that all of this had happened because of the Ancestral Master. However, the Ancestral Master had said something else. Could it be that these spirit herbs would have some miraculous effect after they mature? While Ning Tian was waiting for the spirit herbs to mature, Tianling Region, Central Plains, Righteous Alliance. Void God Emperor, your section Shu is almost done recuperating. Can we make a move now? In a secret room, the Righteous Emperor looked at a blue figure and frowned. Oh! How do you know that his body is almost done recuperating? The blue figure was the Void God Emperor. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. Nonsense. The Righteous Emperor said angrily, your section Shu ate half of the Righteous Alliance's spirit herbs in 7 days. F***CK, the Righteous Alliance has tens of thousands of mouths, but we can't eat as much as him. Tell me, how is this fake? The righteous emperor was speechless. How could a 9 tribulation emperor eat so much? The void god emperor was stunned and said awkwardly, "Cough, he's always been a good eater." Righteous sky emperor clenched his teeth. If he didn't know that righteous sky emperor was in an alliance with the void god heavenly palace, he would have suspected that the void god heavenly palace had sent a good-for-nothing to eat up the righteous Tao alliance. Find him. I'll tell him to go. The righteous emperor's expression turned for the better when he heard the void god emperor's words. If they let Shen Shu continue eating, their righteous Tao alliance would really go bankrupt. After a while, the righteous emperor brought Shen Shu over. Palace master. Shen Shu bowed slightly to the void god emperor's figure. The void god emperor nodded slightly. He looked at Shen Shu and asked, "How's your recuperation?" "I'm almost done. The righteous alliance's food is really good. I don't want to leave anymore," Shen Shu said with a smile. The corner of the righteous emperor's mouth twitched. Cough. The empty god emperor coughed dryly and said, "Okay, now that you're almost done, it's time to carry out the plan." "Yes." Shen Shu nodded. When he thought of how Ning Tian injured him, there was a trace of fear and deep hatred in his eyes. He had to take revenge in the future. "Go. You should know where Yarokai is, right?" I know." Shen Shu nodded as his figure slowly disappeared into the void. "Righteous Emperor, can you relax now?" The moment Shen Shu left, the void god emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at the righteous emperor. The righteous emperor nodded and asked in a deep voice, "How confident are you in using the demon summoning technique?" "I have a 90% chance of succeeding." The void god emperor smiled confidently. 90%. The righteous emperor's heart trembled and he remained silent. With this, without the help of the Yarokai sacred ground, the Tianmo cult's threat should be reduced by a lot. Page Tianmo cult, just wait for your destruction. Chapter 259. Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Many disciples of the Jade Lake were cultivating using the methods taught by the legendary patriarch. All of a sudden, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky. It was the Queen Mother of the West. Many disciples looked over, but before they could even greet her, they saw the Queen Mother of the West rushing toward the mountain behind the Jade Lake in a hurry. Jade Lake Back Mountain. Although the true demon had been sealed by the wood coffin, there were still elders patrolling the place every day for safety reasons. At this moment, a beautiful figure landed. The Queen Mother of the West looked at the two elders guarding the celestial pool and asked, "Elder Nanqing, Elder Yarrow Chiu, is there any movement in the celestial pool?" "Greetings, Sacred Lord." The two elders bowed, and then Elder Nanqing said slowly, "Holy Lord, the celestial pool is extremely quiet. I presume that the soul-locking coffin has taken effect. The true demon must have tasted pain and doesn't dare to act rashly." Elder Yarrow Chiu said with a smile. "No movement." The Queen Mother of the West murmured. Her beautiful eyes glinted. She nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You two stay here and watch. I'll go in." "Yes." The two elders nodded their heads. The Queen Mother of the West walked toward the celestial pool. With a wave of her hand, a hole appeared in the barrier around the celestial pool. After she entered, the barrier returned to normal. A beautiful figure stood in front of the celestial pool. The Queen Mother of the West looked at the calm surface of the water. Ever since the true demon was sealed in the wood coffin, the celestial pool had returned to normal. "I know you're not dead. The wood coffin can't kill you so quickly," she said slowly with a calm expression. The celestial pool was silent. The Queen Mother of the West wasn't surprised. She smiled and said, "It seems like you're not interested in the demon race's treasure." The words demon race's treasure. The originally calm surface of the water started to ripple. "Have you heard of the Buddha demon pagoda?" Shi Wangmu said indifferently as a glint flashed in her eyes. It was as if she was talking to herself. However, when the words pagoda demon pagoda were mentioned, the tranquility of the celestial pond was instantly shattered. Boom. Rumble. Water splashed all over the celestial pond. Seeing this scene, Shi Wangmu's face remained calm. She only used her spiritual energy to cover her entire body to prevent the water from splashing onto her. "Holy Master, what happened?" Elder Nanqing and Elder Yarrow Chiu rushed over anxiously when they heard the commotion in the pond. I'm fine. The Queen Mother of the West shook her head. Her gaze was still fixed on the celestial pool. She said, You may leave. Yes. The two elders were stunned for a moment. After glancing at the celestial pool, they nodded and slowly withdrew. There seemed to be a huge commotion in the celestial pond, but it was only the ripples of the water. After all, the true demon had been completely sealed by the coffin, so he couldn't use his power. After a while, a voice came from the deep pool. Buddha Demon Pagoda. You. How did you know about the Buddha's Demon Pagoda? Although True Demon's tone sounded calm, one could still vaguely hear a trace of excitement between the lines. Shi Wangmu's beautiful eyes flashed when she heard this. Although she didn't know which clan the true demon was sealed under the celestial pond, the fact that he'd been given a name was enough to prove that he held an extraordinary position in the demon race. Even the true demon who'd been given a name couldn't help but feel excited when he heard the words Buddha's Demon Pagoda. It seemed that the Buddha's Demon Pagoda wasn't just something that belonged to the Drought Demon clan. You don't need to know how I know. I only want to know what the Buddha's Demon Pagoda is, Shi Wangmu said coolly, not answering the true demon's question. The true demon was silent for a long time. After a while, that arrogant voice sounded again. What makes you think I'll tell you? You will. Because you want to know more about the Buddha's Demon Pagoda from me. You haven't given up on the idea of escaping from here. The Queen Mother's lips curled into a beautiful smile as she spoke calmly. You, inside the celestial pond, the true demon was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a smart woman. After laughing, the true demon's voice sounded again, and his tone was cold. However, I advise you that if this thing is really in your hands, it's best to throw it away. Why? Shi Wangmu frowned slightly as she asked. The Buddha's Demon Pagoda has a total of 12 levels. It's used to seal those bloodthirsty demons in the demon race, the true demon said with a cold smile. Bloodthirsty demons. They're demons that feed on demons. The true demon's tone was calm, but there was endless eeriness in his voice. What? Shi Wangmu's expression changed, and her eyes were filled with seriousness. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. There were thousands of races in the mysterious sky continent. Although there were killings among the same race, there had never been a case of the same race eating each other. Just how cruel were the demons in the Buddha's Demon Pagoda? Ha ha, the demons in the Buddha's Demon Pagoda have eaten at least hundreds of millions of demon seeds. They're extremely powerful. Once the seal is broken, no one in the entire heavenly spirit region can suppress them, let alone the Jade Pool. Moreover, the Buddha's Demon Pagoda is a demon pagoda. It can seal those demons. How simple can it be? Therefore, I advise you to throw away the Buddha's Demon Pagoda as soon as possible, lest you can't even protect yourself. Ha ha ha. The true demon's gloating laughter could be heard in the celestial pool. Shi Wangmu fell into a long silence after hearing this. However, she didn't completely trust the true demon's words. Who knew if this guy had any ulterior motives? After a long silence, Shi Wangmu looked indifferently at the celestial pool. She said coldly, Don't even think about escaping. With the wooden soul-locking coffin suppressing you, you won't be able to escape. Just wait for it to refine you. Ha ha. A cold laugh came from the celestial pool. Shi Wangmu didn't waste any more words. She turned around and walked out of the celestial pool. The celestial pool became calm again, without any ripples. Vaguely, a demonic whisper could be heard. The Buddha's Demon Pagoda. Although it's as I said, but it's fatally attractive to us demons, if we can get it. The originally calm pool of water seemed to have another wave of ripples. After walking out of the celestial pool, the barrier was sealed again. Shi Wangmu looked at the two elders and ordered, Elders, guard the celestial pool well. If anything happens, inform me immediately. Yes. Yes, Holy Lord. Elder Nanqing and Elder Yarrow Chiu nodded in agreement. Chapter 260. After giving her instructions, the Queen Mother of the West was not in a hurry to inform Ning Tian. She had her own plans. The two elders watched the Queen Mother leave and continued to guard the barrier. Dozens of minutes later, Jade Pool's back mountain. A void appeared. Nanqing and Elder Yarrow Chio were stunned when they sensed the movement behind them. They slowly turned around. Sacred Lord, why are you back? Who are you? They turned around and saw a middle-aged man that they had never seen before. Their expressions changed. They did not hesitate and prepared to use the warning method of an enemy attack. However, the moment they moved, the man appeared in front of them like a ghost. He grabbed their throats and his aura shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of the two elders was firmly suppressed. The two elders desperately tried to make a sound or struggle, but it was to no avail. Both of them were two-star quasi-emperors. What kind of expert was this middle-aged man in front of them? The middle-aged man sneered. He exerted force in his hand, and spirit chi surge. Crack. The two elders' throats were instantly broken. Despair flashed in their eyes. The moment they lost their vitality, their divine souls broke out of their bodies. However, the middle-aged man seemed to be prepared. The moment their divine souls came out, they were instantly killed by the powerful void energy. In the blink of an eye, two boundary emperors were killed. This Jade Pool's elder doesn't seem to be very strong. The middle-aged man sneered. He was Shunshu. At this moment, an aura appeared on his body. It was because of this aura that he could hide in the void and not be discovered by the Queen Mother of the West, who was at the same level as him. Shunshu looked at the barrier in front of him and smiled. This barrier is strong, but it can't stop a 9 tribulation great emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the void appeared on his body. Then, he calmly stepped into the barrier. The barrier did not react, but Shunshu had already stepped into it. Jade Pool Celestial Lake. Is this the place where the true demon is sealed that the Palace Lord mentioned? Shunshu narrowed his eyes. Then, he looked around. A wisp of black gas appeared in his hand. He began to mutter some ancient words. This was the Void God Celestial Palace's demon summoning technique. After a while, the tranquil water of the celestial pond began to ripple. A voice could be heard. Devil summoning technique? Who are you? There really are demons. Shunshu's eyes flashed when he heard the voice. He cleared his throat and said, I'm Emperor Shunshu. I'm here to save you. Great Emperor? The true demon's voice rang out. There was a deep meaning in his words. Save me. The thing that sealed me is the wood soul-locking coffin. Can you save me? The true demon laughed disdainfully. Wooden soul-locking coffin? Shunshu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. However, they quickly relaxed. What if I use the devil summoning technique to break the seal? He said calmly. What? Summoning demon seal breaking technique? How could a mere human like you know this? Hearing this, a shocked voice came from the depths of the celestial pool, as if it was in disbelief. Shunshu smiled smugly. This demon summoning seal breaking technique was something they had racked their brains to obtain from the ancient road to godhood. Although the guillotine soul locking coffin was powerful, it was still no match for the demon summoning seal breaking technique. In the celestial pool, the true demon fell into a long silence after recovering from his shock. After a while, he spoke again. What benefits do you want? The true demon knew that it would not be so simple for this human to awaken him and break the seal. However, who would have thought that Shunshu would shake his head and say, I don't want any benefits. You don't want any benefits? The true demon was stunned. In his eyes, humans were all extremely greedy. How could they not want any benefits? Shunshu's eyes flashed as he laughed coldly. I only need you to destroy the Jade Lake sacred ground and kill the Queen Mother of the West after you break the seal. Oh, that's exactly what I want. Even if Shunshu did not have such a request, the true demon would not let go of the Jade Lake sacred ground that had sealed him for so long. Since that's the case, let's begin. Shunshu did not waste any time. The spiritual energy in his hand turned black, and an ancient array was drawn in the celestial pool. Then, he started to mumble. Hashat. Anyway, you won't understand, only the true demon could understand this language. Because this was the demonic language. As Shunshu's voice fell, a terrifying demonic aura flowed out. Boom. In an instant, the water in the celestial pool surged. After a long time, a whirlpool appeared in the celestial pool. Splash, splash. In the whirlpool, a black ancient coffin appeared. The pool water receded, and the ancient coffin emitted waves of yin qi. It's indeed the wood soul-locking coffin. Shunshu's eyes flashed coldly. Then, the spiritual energy in his hand surged, and all the seal-breaking energy in the array was gathered in his fist. Then, he threw out a punch. Boom. The spiritual energy surged, and the fist aura broke through the air. Bang. The coffin shattered, and wood shavings flew in all directions. Boom. Then, a ball of dense black fog with devil chi suddenly rushed out from the wood soul-locking coffin. Ha ha ha. After hundreds of thousands of years, I, the demonic fiend, have finally broken the seal. The true demon laughed maniacally. At this moment, he finally said his name in the demon race. Demonic fiend. Evil fiend. Why is this guy's aura so strong? Shunshu frowned slightly, and his heart trembled slightly when he felt the demonic aura. However, he did not say much. After all, it was just a true demon that had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. He was a Nine Tribulations great emperor, and there was no need for him to be afraid. When are you going to make your move? Shunshu looked at the cloud of black mist and asked. Naturally, I'll have to wait until I've recovered. The demonic fiend laughed coldly. Recover? How? Shunshu frowned. If the true demon recovered in a few years, then what was the point of doing this? I've been trapped for too long, but there's a way for me to recover quickly. The demonic fiend turned into a cloud of black mist and landed in front of Shunshu. Shunshu was stunned, and he frowned slightly. What way? Hee hee. The demonic fiend laughed eerily. Shunshu was stunned. Before he could react, a huge cloud of demonic aura enveloped him. Then, the demonic fiend turned into a cloud of black mist and rushed into his body. I'll use your body as the new body of the true demon that I've bestowed upon you. The demonic fiend laughed evilly. Bestowed upon the true demon? Damn. Shunshu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the true demon in front of him to be a true demon that had been bestowed with a name. The difference between a true demon that had been bestowed with a name and an ordinary true demon was like heaven and earth. F***ck, I've been tricked by the palace master. At this moment, his soul had been devoured by the demonic fiend. Although his life was still there, his soul had changed into another person. Yarokai, is it? Soon, I'll be able to take my revenge. At this moment, Shunshu's eyes were filled with red light, and the corners of his mouth were curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 261. Jade Lake Sacred Ground. A beautiful figure flitted across the sacred ground. Sacred Lord. At this moment, a voice rang out. The Jade Lake's Grand Elder chased after her from the sky. Grand Elder, what's the matter? The Queen Mother of the West looked at the Jade Lake's Supreme Elder in confusion. The Jade Lake's Grand Elder smiled bitterly. Sacred Lord, you haven't been in the Jade Lake for a few days. There are still some things waiting for you to deal with. Now that they had the teleportation pillar, many of the Jade Lake's disciples were cultivating with their patriarch in the Tianmo cult. Even their sacred lord and saintess often went to the Tianmo cult. Everything fell on this old woman's shoulders. In this way, the Tianmo cult's Grand Elder and the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Grand Elder both had a tough life. They were both in the same boat and were the ultimate tools. Well, the Queen Mother raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips. It's just a small matter. Grand Elder, please help me deal with it. This. Yes, Sacred Lord. The Jade Lake's Grand Elder froze for a moment. Then, she could only smile bitterly and nod. Okay, that's all. As soon as the Queen Mother finished speaking, she directly flashed toward the Jade Lake without looking back. The Jade Lake's Grand Elder couldn't help but feel confused when she saw how anxious her Sacred Lord was. Her Sacred Lord wasn't like this in the past. Could it be that she's in love? Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Ancient Book Pavilion. The Queen Mother came here to check the ancient books to see if the true demon was telling the truth. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was much older than the Tianmo cult. This could be seen from the strength of the Grand Elder. What the Tianmo cult couldn't find didn't mean that the Jade Lake couldn't. Patriarch, I've been so good to you. You should at least let me check my body after this, the Queen Mother muttered and walked into the pavilion. A few hours later, the Queen Mother's pretty face was full of seriousness. She frowned. Feeding the demons with demon bodies and demon blood. It's true. She muttered softly, her tone grave. Although she didn't find any information about the Buddha Demon Tower, she did find out that the demons were feeding the demons with demon bodies and demon blood. This meant that there was a 90% chance that the true demon was telling the truth. No, I have to report this to the Patriarch first. The Queen Mother of the West murmured. If that was the case, this Buddha demon pagoda was also extremely dangerous. She had to go and warn Ning Tian. She pushed open the door and stepped out. Right at this moment, a rumble suddenly resounded. Boom. After that, a vast amount of demonic chi filled the entire Jade Lake sacred ground. Instantly, all the disciples of the Jade Lake panicked. Their hearts were filled with panic because of this sudden situation. Just what was going on? The true demon has escaped. At the entrance of the ancient book pavilion, the Queen Mother of the West looked at the place where the demonic chi was abundant. After that, she didn't hesitate at all, and the enormous aura of an emperor erupted from her body. In an instant, the entire Jade Lake sacred ground was sealed off by her. The most important thing now was to prevent the true demon from escaping. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh, swoosh. In the sky, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the Jade Lake's elders. They were also alarmed by this commotion. Palace Master. What's going on? The Jade Lake's elders' faces were ghastly. Even they were terrified when they sensed the horrifying demonic chi. The fear in their hearts had unknowingly lit up. The true demon has escaped from the seal. The Queen Mother of the West's face was covered with frost as she looked in the direction of the back mountain. At this moment, at the place where the demonic chi was released from the back mountain, a figure filled with demonic chi soared into the sky, and a series of sinister laughter could be heard. Ha ha ha. Jade Lake, tremble under my feet. The demonic chi continued to resound, and many Jade Lake disciples vomited blood because of the demonic chi. The true demon, the Queen Mother of the West's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. The demonic chi of the true demon made even her fearful. Then, she stepped into the sky, and a cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Elders, let's fight the true demon together. Yes. The group of Jade Lake's elders looked solemn as they shouted in unison. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, Tianmo cult. A few hours had passed. The spiritual herbs in the field had already grown a lot. Quite a number of disciples had gathered in front of a medicinal field. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were letting out a series of noises. They've grown again. These spirit medicines are really growing so fast. They're indeed spiritual herbs that can grow on their own. They're growing so fast. Their eyes were shining as they discussed. Ancestral Master, how long will it take for these spiritual herbs to mature? Su Song looked at Ning Tian as if he was looking at a god. He had never seen a method that could make spiritual herbs grow so fast. Don't worry, they'll be ready soon. Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly as he smiled. Okay. Su Song nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. What kind of miraculous effects would these fast-growing spiritual herbs have? A few minutes later. Boom. Waves of rich spiritual chi burst out from the field. Accompanied by a dazzling light, the rich medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. Many disciples felt refreshed just by smelling it. These are all high-grade spiritual herbs. Su Song's eyes flashed with astonishment. Yes. Ning Tian nodded. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. The spiritual herbs have matured. Using talent skill, 10,000 acres of fertile field. All spiritual herbs have a random enhancement. Enhancement successful. The system's voice slowly fell. It ended just like that. Hearing the voice, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly. System, You don't seem to have introduced what enhancement is. About this. Of course, it has to wait for the host to discover it himself. Life should be full of little surprises. The system said with a straight face. Ning Tian was silent. He felt that the system wanted him to test the poison, and he had evidence. However, how could he test the poison himself? Ning Tian's gaze kept looking around, looking for a lab rat for the experiment. All the disciples and elders who were under his gaze couldn't help but tremble. Why did it feel like the ancestral master's gaze was malicious? Just as Ning Tian was looking for a lab rat, his gaze suddenly fell on a place. It was a flame-sealing lion king swaggering past from the side. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The physique of a beast should be stronger than that of a human. It shouldn't die after eating an unknown spiritual herb, right? Ning Tian muttered. Beside him, the Supreme Elder and Su Song, who heard this, suddenly trembled. Damn. Just now, the ancestral master was indeed targeting them, but fortunately, the bitterness of life still fell on that little lion in the end. Chapter 262. Roar, roar tilde. The flame-sealing Lion King was humming a tune as if it was in a good mood. It had just returned from the celestial spring waterfall and its teeth were very clean. It finally understood why it would always be woken up by a stench when it was sleeping, so, it was because of its bad breath. Roar. It was quite embarrassing. Hey! At this time, a voice came from the side. Shobai Lion, come here. Roar. Shobai Lion, are you calling me? The flame-sealing Lion King was stunned for a moment. It stopped, turned its head, and looked in that direction. It saw its handsome master and a group of disciples and elders of the Tianmo cult looking at it. It hurriedly ran over to her. Roar, roar, a roar. The flame-sealing Lion King went over and roared at Ning Tian in confusion. Oh! Hearing the flame-sealing Lion King's words, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and asked, You mean, why am I calling you Shobai Lion? Roar, roar. The flame-sealing Lion King nodded. Oh, it's like this. Shobai will be your name from now on. It has a meaning. You must have a murderous aura. This is enough to express your fierceness. Ning Tian looked at it with a serious expression and said, Roar. The flame-sealing Lion King was stunned. It was still confused. Really? Roar, roar, roar? It was really true. Roar. After getting Ning Tian's affirmation, the flame-sealing Lion King's eyes were filled with excitement. It kept roaring at Ning Tian with gratitude. It loved this master. He had put in so much effort to help it come up with such a domineering name. It was now a demonic beast with a name. It was certain that it would become a peerless beast king in the future. The flame-sealing Lion King was so excited that it did not notice the strange looks that the group of elders and disciples were giving it. The ancestral master's name was wonderful. Shobai Lion, come here. Ning Tian waved at the flame-sealing Lion King. Roar. The sealing flame Lion King ran over. Come, I'll reward you with a stalk of spirit medicine. Ning Tian waved his hand and a stalk of spirit medicine broke out of the ground and landed on his hand. He smiled at the sealing flame Lion King and said, Roar. Hearing this, the Lion King was flattered. Spirit medicine. That was something that was hard to come by on normal days. Now, his master was actually willing to let him eat it. How could there be such a good master in this world? Here you go. Ning Tian tossed the stalk of spirit herb into the air. Awoo! The sealing flame Lion King leaped up, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the elixir. After eating it, it licked its lips with a look of enjoyment. Seeing this scene, the group of disciples was filled with envy. His life was worse than a lion's. Only the Supreme Elder and Su Song knew what was going on. They silently took a few steps back to avoid being accidentally injured. After all, even the ancestral master didn't know what the medicinal properties of this spirit herb were. How is it? How do you feel? Ning Tian looked at the sealing flame Lion King and asked. Roar. Just as the sealing flame Lion King was about to answer truthfully, its big eyes suddenly turned and it let out a low roar. No effect. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Hearing the sealing flame Lion King's words, he frowned. Could it be that the demonic beast's resistance was higher? Since one stalk was useless, then a few more stalks. Ning Tian waved his hand again and a few more stalks of spirit medicine broke out of the ground. Come, let me eat. Roar. The ceiling flame lion king's saliva was all over the ground. It couldn't wait to open its mouth and swallow it. After eating, he licked his lips as if he hadn't had enough. Roar, then, it let out a low roar. Still no effect. Ning Tian frowned. This ceiling flame lion king wouldn't be playing with him, right? You really don't feel the effect. Ning Tian's eyes turned cold as he narrowed his eyes at the ceiling flame lion king. His words were full of threat. Roar. The ceiling flame lion king's body trembled and let out a low roar. Suddenly, it felt a desolate land surging in its body. Roar, roar. You're feeling it. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Everyone's eyes fell on the ceiling flame lion king's body. Their eyes were also shining with anticipation. What was the effect of this spirit medicine? They saw that the ceiling flame lion king's entire body was red, like a braised lion. Waves of steam were emitted from its body. The ceiling flame lion king's stomach suddenly swelled up like a big rubber ball, as if it would explode at any time. Meow, meow, meow. Feeling the abnormality in its body, the ceiling flame lion king wanted to cry. If it had known, it wouldn't have eaten so much. This was great. It was going to explode. Ancestral Master, the ceiling flame lion king is going to explode. The Supreme Elder frowned at the ceiling flame lion king and couldn't help but say. Ning Tian frowned and was about to save the ceiling flame lion king. Suddenly, the ceiling flame lion king's expression became comfortable. Its buttocks shook and a deafening sound was heard. Puff, puff. Then, the ceiling flame lion king let out a long roar. A strong stench spread in all directions. F***ck. Blurg. This is the first time I've smelled a lion's fart. Let me vomit, blurg, the group of disciples complained. No one would have thought that the ceiling flame lion king would use poisonous gas to attack. This guy, Ning Tian frowned slightly. The ceiling flame lion king was farting. Moreover, the sound of his farts was like a machine gun, bursting out continuously. Don't mind it. Could it be that this spirit medicine has no effect at all? Looking at the ceiling flame lion king's appearance, Ning Tian couldn't help but frown. He was a little suspicious. At this moment, boom! On the ceiling flame lion king's body, a terrifying spiritual energy burst out. The red light on its body faded and turned into a steady stream of spiritual energy that rushed into its body. At this moment, the ceiling flame lion king actually showed signs of breaking through. Roar! It roared excitedly. A white light shrouded it. This was a breakthrough. The ceiling flame lion king also broke through from a rank 4 demonic beast to a rank 5 demonic beast. Roar! When the breakthrough was completed, the abnormality on its body slowly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the group of disciples' eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Their eyes widened. F***ck. The ceiling flame lion king ate a few stalks of spirit medicine, let out a few farts, and broke through? It's that simple. The spirit medicine planted by the ancestral master is actually so magical. The group of disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. This wasn't right. How could a demonic beast's breakthrough become so simple? While the group of disciples were shocked, the system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind. Chapter 263. Spiritual Medicine Amplification Effect, strengthens spirit chi and increases the absorption speed of spirit chi. Increases the absorption speed of spirit chi? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Seems like a good idea. Immediately after, he slowly explained the effects of the spiritual medicine to the group of disciples. Hearing that the spiritual medicine could actually increase the absorption speed of spirit chi, the group of disciples' eyes flashed with excitement. As expected of the ancestral master, even the spiritual medicine he planted was fragrant. You shocked the Grand Supreme Elder. You shocked Su Song. You shocked a group of disciples. Reward skill card, Dance of the Universe. The system's voice sounded again at this moment. Skill card. Dance of the universe? Ning Qian was stunned for a moment, and a deep sense of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why does this skill card sound so strange? Why is it dancing? Dance of the universe skill card. Within a certain range, when using this card, the effect of dancing together with the amplification spiritual medicine will be doubled. Effective for 1 hour, invalid. Within this hour, all disciples affected by the skill card will absorb a part of the spirit qi absorbed by them to the host. Hearing this, Ning Qian was stunned. There's such a thing? Dancing, taking medicine to increase cultivation level? The system was proud. Host, I've already said that I have everything. There's nothing you can't think of that I can't do. Okay. Ning Qian nodded and silently put away the Dance of the Universe skill card. Immediately after, he looked at the Grand Supreme Elder. Grand Supreme Elder, collect a part of the spiritual medicine, then gather some disciples of the Tianmo cult and the Jade Lake disciples who are still in the cult at the Heavenly Demon Plaza. Yes, Ancestral Master. Although the Grand Supreme Elder didn't know what Ning Qian wanted to do, he still nodded. After saying that, he set off and began to collect the spiritual medicine and gather the disciples. Heavenly Demon Plaza. Ning Qian stood in the center, and in front of him were many disciples with spiritual medicine in their hands. They were all a little puzzled and looked at Ning Qian in confusion. What is the Ancestral Master doing? Everyone, I'm sure you all have your doubts, but don't be hasty. Let me explain slowly. When quite a number of disciples had arrived, Ning Qian looked at them with a smile and said slowly, Ancestor, what exactly do you want to say? Quickly say it. The disciples are dying of curiosity. The Supreme Elder bitterly smiled and said, Yes, Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master, Ancestral Master, hurry up and say it. Patriarch, if you tell me now, I'll give you spirit tickets every day. When the group of disciples saw Ning Qian's mysterious appearance, they became even more curious. Ning Qian smiled and slowly explained the situation. After hearing this, the group of disciples were all stunned on the spot. F***CK? How could there be such a good thing? When he danced, it could even be combined with the addition of spiritual herbs. If you live long enough, you'll see. Ancestral Master, is this true? The Supreme Elder swallowed his saliva and asked with some difficulty. His heart was filled with excitement. If he could really cultivate like this, then even his old bones would have to show off his dancing skills. Of course. Ning Qian smiled and nodded affirmatively. Hiss. When the group of disciples heard this, they all widened their eyes and could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. That's the Ancestral Master for you. The Ancestral Master is awesome and will always be a god. Come on. Ning Qian smiled and said in his heart, System, use the Dance of the Universe skill card. Using the Dance of the Universe skill card. Use successful. Then, a golden array that only Ning Qian could see covered the entire demonic plaza. Come, continue the music, continue the dance. Ning Qian waved his hand and looked at the group of disciples. Hearing this, the group of disciples froze on the spot. Now that things had come to this, they were a little embarrassed. Let me do it. A shout was heard and Lin Hao squeezed out from the crowd. First, he swallowed the enhancement elixir, then hummed a little tune and began to twist his fat waist. Good heavens, this little fatty's dance came with its own background music. Seeing Lin Hao's dance, the group of disciples' mouths twitched. Was this even considered a dance? Was this really not a random shake? Ning Qian looked at him and was also a little doubtful. Would this not have any effect? However, his worries were unnecessary. Following Lin Hao's random swaying dance, the system notification sounded at this moment. Detected a disciple dancing in the Dance of the Universe range, replenishing spiritual energy by 1000. Is it really useful? Ning Qian's eyes lit up. As for Lin Hao, he quickly felt the effects of the buff. Ha ha ha. The spiritual energy is absorbed so fast, so good. He laughed loudly, which instantly made the group of disciples' hearts itch. They simply gritted their teeth and danced along. What face did they want? What was face? Could it be eaten? As more and more disciples let themselves go, The system notification in Ningqian's mind kept ringing. Detected a disciple dancing in the Dance of the Universe range, replenishing spiritual energy by 1000. Detected a disciple dancing in the Dance of the Universe range, replenishing spiritual energy by 2000. Ningqian's body was replenishing more and more spiritual energy. He suddenly became a little excited. Unfortunately, this heaven-defying skill card only lasted for an hour. Otherwise, if he continued to dance like this, wouldn't his strength soar? At this moment, the entire Tianmo cult square could be said to be a large-scale square dance scene. Hey! At this moment, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. It was Yarokai Saintess, who was still in the Tianmo cult. She looked at the dancing disciples in confusion and could not help but ask Ningqian. Ancestral Master, they are. Yaoshi, you're here. Ningqian smiled. After greeting Yarokai Saintess, he slowly explained the situation to her. There's such a good thing. Yarokai Saintess covered her red lips. Her beautiful eyes were full of splendor as she looked at Ningqian. As expected of the Ancestral Master, he could even do this. Yaoshi, do you want to try? Ningqian asked. Yes. Yarokai Saintess naturally would not miss such a good thing. Her smooth, white, and tender chin lightly nodded. Just as she was about to walk over, suddenly, a voice sounded in her mind. She froze in place. What's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Ningqian frowned slightly and asked. Yarokai Saintess froze in place for a long time. Her beautiful face was extremely ugly. She frowned, took a deep breath, and said in a grave tone, Ancestral Master, Yarokai is in trouble. What? Yarokai is in trouble? Hearing this, Ningqian's heart trembled. His expression changed, and his brows instantly knitted together. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Host, your concubine is almost gone. Why are you still playing music and dancing here? Chapter 264. The system's voice rang in his ears. Ningqian frowned, and his face was solemn. Yarokai was in trouble? What kind of trouble was it that even the Queen Mother of the West could not solve? She had to ask for help from the Tianmo cult through telepathy. Yaoshi, come with me. Ningqian did not hesitate and grabbed Yarokai Saintess's wrist. After she exclaimed, he stepped into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A group of disciples was left behind, and they stood there in confusion. Hey! What happened? What's going on? The Grand Supreme Elder scratched his head. Yarokai Saintess's words were only directed at Ningqian. They did not hear it, so they were still confused. Roar, next to them, the Lion King also scratched its head with its huge paw. Fart. At that instant, it suddenly felt a righteous aura bursting out from its stomach. Damn. The Lion King, what are you doing? You're talking nonsense. The group of disciples only felt a wave of weakness, complaining incessantly. In the study of the heavenly demon palace, Luo Wuqing's face was full of fatigue. She put all the documents aside, rubbed her temples, and heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally finished what she had been doing for the past few days. She slowly took out the teapot, brewed a cup of nourishing tea, and took a good rest. Suddenly, the door of the study was pushed open with a bang. A pot of tea spilled out, and her clothes were completely wet. Her clothes clung tightly to her body, showing off her curves. She froze on the spot. Ningqian, who was at the door, scratched his head awkwardly. Why did he see such a wet and seductive woman as soon as he came in? Ahem. He coughed dryly. Now was not the time to take advantage of her. Luo Wuqing used her spiritual energy to evaporate the water on her body. Then, she looked up and looked at the door of the study. She saw Ningqian and Yarokai Saintess standing in front of the door. Their expressions were very solemn, and their faces were somewhat ugly. What happened? Her red lips parted slightly as she asked with a frown. Honey, something happened to Yarokai, Ningqian said in a deep voice. Did something happen to the Jade Lake? Luo Wuqing furrowed her brows and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She looked at Yarokai Saintess and asked, Yaoshi, what's going on? Your Majesty, I'm not too sure either. Yarokai Saintess smiled bitterly. In her mind, The Empress will transmitted these words, Yarokai Lake is in trouble. Shi Wangmu did not reveal much else. Someone who can make that woman ask for help must not be simple. Luo Wuqing slowly got up and looked at the two of them. Let's go. Gather the elders and head to the Jade Lake. Yes. Ning Tian and Yarokai Saintus nodded. This matter was urgent and could not be delayed any longer. Immediately, Luo Wuqing led the two of them into the void and appeared in the Great Demon Square in an instant. As soon as they appeared, a strange smell wafted over. Luo Wuqing and Yarokai Saintus furrowed their brows and used their spiritual energy to resist the strange smell. That fiend lion farted again. As soon as he smelled the smell, Ning Tian frowned and immediately knew what was going on. The Lion King must have farted again after he left. On the ground, there were many disciples squatting on the ground with pale faces. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Ning Tian frowned and looked at the Supreme Elder. Ancestral Master, Empress, you're finally here. Seeing Ning Tian and the other two appear from the void, the Supreme Elder looked as if he saw his savior and said with tears in his eyes, Ancestral Master, please tell Fiend Lion to stop farting. This fart is too much for me to bear. The most important thing is that this guy's fart is poisonous. Even I am affected to a certain extent. I can sense that the flow of spiritual energy in my body has obviously slowed down. The Supreme Elder smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Ning Tian and the other two's expressions became strange. There's such a thing. Poisonous fart? Host, Fiend Lion may have learned a new skill after swallowing the enhancement spiritual medicine. At this time, the system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind. What skill? Hearing this, Ning Tian asked subconsciously. Soon, the system explained. Righteous fart. Poisonous fart can slow down the spiritual energy in the opponent's body. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. There's such a thing. Isn't this too outrageous? But, although it was outrageous, he had to admit that this was an excellent skill for a sneak attack. It's easy to dodge an open spear, but it's also easy to defend against a hidden arrow. However, he didn't believe that someone would specifically defend against fart. Thinking of this, Ning Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved at the flame-sealing Lion King in the distance. Fiend Lion, come here. Roar, the flame-sealing Lion King looked guilty and ran over with its head lowered. It thought that Ning Tian was going to punish it. After all, it poisoned the entire Tianmo cult's disciples with its fart. However, Ning Tian didn't say anything. He just took out the Imperial Beast Gourd and stored it inside. Perhaps the flame-sealing Lion King would have some miraculous effect in the battle later. Wife, is it still necessary to bring the elders along now? After doing all this, Ning Tian looked at the group of pale Tianmo cult elders sitting cross-legged on the ground and couldn't help but ask. Luo Wuqing was silent for a moment and shook his head. Who would have thought that some elders of the huge Tianmo cult would be poisoned by a fiend lion's fart? The situation is urgent. Let's go over first. Luo Wuqing said indifferently. He smashed the void with his palm and rushed in with the two of them. If there were only 3 people, there would be no need to use the teleportation pillar. And their target was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The entire sacred ground was originally green with mountains and rivers, but now, the mountains had dried up and the lake was dark. The spiritual energy in the entire sacred ground was getting less and less. It had been eroded by the monstrous demonic aura step by step. Battle cries, accompanied by the intersection of spiritual energy and demonic aura, constantly sounded. The originally peaceful Jade Lake sacred ground was now covered in blood. Many corpses were lying on the ground. Looking from afar, many Jade Lake disciples could be seen fighting with some black energy, somewhere in the Jade Lake sacred ground. Bang! A roar sounded. The Jade Lake Grand Elder's body was suddenly sent flying hundreds of meters away. After stabilizing her body, she looked at the dozens of demonic auras in front of her. Her expression was extremely ugly, and she couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it! Originally, everyone in the Jade Lake thought that the enemy was only a named true demon, but in the next moment, the true demon with the name of a demon god summoned tens of thousands of powerful demonic aura. Some of the demonic auras were even comparable to God Theurge's. This kind of method was a little too heaven-defying. Chapter 265. I wonder how the battle between the Sacred Lord and the demonic fiend is going. The Grand Elder of the Jade Lake murmured. She looked at the sky solemnly. Above, two enormous auras were fighting back and forth. Every time they clashed, it was as if they could shatter the entire sky. That was a battle between a Nine Tribulations great emperor and a named true demon. Who would dare to interfere? Phew, she took a deep breath and shouted at the Jade Lake elders around her. Everyone, calm down. We'll hold off the demonic fiend. That's all we can do now. Yes. Kill. The group of Jade Lake elders nodded. The group of old women had fierce looks in their eyes, and their auras were awe-inspiring. Although the Jade Lake sacred ground was full of women, their murderous aura was not weaker than anyone else's. In the blink of an eye, the entire Jade Lake, regardless of whether it was the disciples or the elders, were fighting against the demonic fiend. In the sky, a burst of desolate heavenly music sounded. The entertainment Tao attack, which had almost taken physical form, surged towards the black fog. Break. However, with a demonic howl, the entertainment Tao was shattered. Haha, you want to trap me with a mere entertainment Tao attack? The black fog turned into a figure. It was the demonic fiend. He smirked and shattered the Queen Mother of the West's entertainment Tao attack. Is that so? The Queen Mother of the West's delicate body was surrounded by dense spiritual energy, and she was holding a jade flute in her hand. The sound of the flute was shattered. When she heard the demonic fiend's words, she did not panic at all. Instead, she smiled meaningfully. Absolute sound kill. Then, a cold look flashed in her eyes, and she shouted. The great Emperor's aura was activated in her hand. Boom. The immortal artifact jade flute in her hand shook violently, and the shattered sound of the flute was heard again. It turned into a powerful killing move and fell toward the demonic fiend. It's not to trap you, but to kill you. The Queen Mother of the West's beautiful eyes were full of murderous intent as she attacked the demonic fiend. Boom. Boom. The flute's entertainment Tao seemed to have turned into music theory and swept toward the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the demonic fiend was enveloped. Bang. Bang. In the blink of an eye, the demonic aura in the sky was slightly restrained. After executing this move, Shi Wangmu, who had been fighting for a long time, paled. Although she was a Nine Tribulations great emperor, the devil fiend in front of her was a named true demon. A move fell. Shi Wangmu did not let down her guard. Her pretty eyes remained fixed on the black fog before her. Yes. Demon Fian's impatient voice sounded from within the black fog. As expected, the body of a human is still as trashy as before. His voice faded. The black fog dissipated, and the demonic fiend appeared before Shi Wangmu once again. There was a hideous hole in his body, and she could vaguely see a beating heart. Blood flowed non-stop, and it looked very bloody. From this, it could be seen how powerful Queen Mother of the West's move was. After all, the Demon Fiend's body was that of a Nine Tribulations great emperor. However, the devil fiend seemed to be unable to feel pain. He grunted coldly, and then strands of surging devil chi emerged from his body. In the blink of an eye, the hideous wounds on his body were covered with demonic chi. The demonic chi was actually healing his wounds. Seeing this, Shi Wangmu's pretty face was filled with solemnity. The demon fiend grunted coldly and said indifferently, "Woman, although you're powerful, don't forget that I'm a named true demon. I am the bestowed true devil. Although I am not truly immortal and indestructible, but you're not qualified to kill me. Is that so?" Shi Wangmu snorted coldly. So what if she could not kill him? There was no way out behind her. Demonic slaughter reincarnation. At this moment, the demon fiend shook violently, and the demonic chi in the sky gathered toward him. Behind him, dense demonic chi spiraled, setting off a terrifying pressure. It turned into a reincarnation cycle and crushed toward Shi Wangmu. Whoosh! The demonic chi whizzed past. Seeing this, Shi Wangmu's eyes were filled with solemnity, and the great emperor's aura circulated around her body. She raised her jade-like hand and turned the clouds and rain. Boom! The Emperor's aura and the demonic chi collided heavily. Bang! A dazzling light was set off in the sky, and the aura was overwhelming. 2 figures were sent flying backward. Saint Lord! The commotion in the sky attracted the attention of many elders, and their faces were solemn. Blag! Shi Wangmu spat out a mouthful of blood, making her red lips look even redder. Her face was pale, and it was obvious that she was severely injured by this move. However, the demon fiend was in an even worse state, and his entire body was shattered. Damn it! Why is this trashy body so weak? Is this guy really a 9 Tribulation Great Emperor? The demon fiend cursed. He felt that Shun Shu was a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor. Otherwise, his body would be too weak. Then, he took a deep breath and circulated the demonic chi again to heal himself. Injuring the enemy by 1,000, but sacrificing 800. Woman, you can't outlast me. The demon fiend looked coldly at Shi Wangmu and snorted. Heh, if I exhaust all the demonic chi in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, I don't believe that I can't kill you. Shi Wangmu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sneered. The demon fiend was stunned, and he cursed, what a lunatic. If the demonic chi was exhausted, he would not be able to heal himself. However, before the demonic chi is exhausted, I'll kill you first. The demon fiend's eyes flashed with killing intent. He raised his hand, and the demonic chi turned into a trident. Then, his body moved, and he appeared in front of Shi Wangmu in a flash. He stabbed out with the trident. Shi Wangmu knew that she could not clash head-on with the baleful demonic chi charging at her. Just as she was about to dodge, the void in front of her suddenly fluctuated. Then, a voice sounded. Wife, this should be the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. We can go out now. As the voice sounded, a young man stepped out of the void. Ning Tian had just appeared in the void when he saw a ferocious-looking figure with a black aura around him. The figure was holding a trident and stabbing at him. Hey! Ning Tian's face changed. He had just come out, and he was already welcoming him in this way. Wasn't he too enthusiastic? At that moment, an emperor's aura suppressed him. Luo Wuqing merely pointed her finger, and the trident formed by the demonic chi dissipated. Hey! Who is it? The demon fiend's face changed. The person who destroyed the demonic chi trident with a single finger was obviously not to be underestimated. In the void, Luo Wuqing and Yarokai Saintus appeared. Hearing the voice, Luo Wuqing looked at the demon fiend. She frowned and said indifferently, "It's you?" Chapter 266. Ning Tian frowned when he saw Mo Shao's appearance. Isn't this guy the 9 Tribulations Great Emperor from the other day? Why did he appear in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground? You know him? The Queen Mother of the West looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. He's the Great Emperor from the other day. However, his aura has changed. Is this demonic aura? Ning Tian frowned and explained to the Queen Mother of the West. Strange. When Ning Tian sensed the monstrous demonic aura, she clearly sensed that the Buddha demon pagoda in her storage ring was trembling continuously. This was not a sign of fear. Instead, it seemed like excitement. That's right. It was excitement. However, why would there be such a change? He shouldn't be the Great Emperor from the other day. Hearing Ning Tian's words, the Queen Mother of the West frowned and shook her head. His body is now under the control of a named true demon. A named true demon? Ning Tian was stunned. Beside him, Luo Wuqing's expression changed when he heard these words. He then said indifferently, "Since he is a named true demon, all the more we cannot let him leave this place alive." As soon as she finished speaking, the aura of a great emperor erupted from her body. Under the aura of the Queen Mother of the West, it shrouded the entire Jade Lake Sacred Ground. In this way, Mo Shao had nowhere to run. Mo Shao's mouth twitched when he saw this. He cursed in his heart. Just how scared were these humans that he would run out and call for reinforcements? The entire Jade Lake Sacred Ground was shrouded in demonic aura. However, if he were to fight with 9 Tribulations Great Emperors, the demonic aura would be consumed very quickly. In other words, he had to end the battle quickly. Mo Shao's eyes flashed coldly when he thought of this. Boom! A terrifying demonic aura shot up to the sky from his body. The surrounding demonic aura gathered toward him. Seeing this scene, a trace of seriousness flashed in the eyes of the two women. They knew what it meant to be a named true demon. Yarokai Saintus, go down and lead the disciples to defeat the demonic resentment. The Queen Mother stabilized her breathing and said to Yarokai Saintus, Yes, Holy Lord. Yarokai Saintus glanced at the Queen Mother of the West worriedly. But on second thought, with the presence of the Patriarch, the Empress, and the 3 Tribulations Great Emperors, this guy covered in black gas shouldn't be a match for them. Then, her delicate figure moved and charged towards the ground. The commotion in the sky attracted the attention of many elders and disciples of the Jade Lake. When they saw Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing, the group of elders suddenly burst into tears. They were very excited. It's Patriarch and the Empress. Now, the crisis of the Jade Lake is finally over. In the hearts of the Jade Lake's elders and disciples, the arrival of their Patriarch meant that they were safe and sound. Boom! At this moment, an explosion sounded in the sky. 2 beautiful figures, like ghosts, rushed towards the demon fiend together with a terrifying Emperor's aura. Seeing this, the demon fiend's eyes were full of solemnity. The surrounding demonic chi gathered towards him and was absorbed into his body. Feeling the increasing demonic chi in his body, he was relieved. However, he was still afraid. That was Ning Tian, who had yet to make a move. This guy gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him at all. This feeling made him, who was always vigilant, very uneasy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Therefore, while dealing with the attacks of the two women, he still kept an eye on Ning Tian, who had yet to make a move. This guy is actually so vigilant. Seeing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly and looked at the demon fiend. Although the Patriarch was not powerful at the moment, he was cunning. No, he was smart enough to see through the demon fiend's weakness. Hey! Strange. Why isn't the Patriarch making a move? When the Jade Lake's elders and disciples saw that Ning Tian was hovering in the air and didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, a trace of doubt flashed across their eyes. Could it be, the Patriarch wants to focus on one point and reach the peak? Kill the demon fiend in one move? The Supreme Elder of the Jade Lake murmured softly. The eyes of the elders and disciples lit up when they heard this. Kill the true demon in one move? That would be such a hot scene. They were all excited, and the swords that were slashing at the demon fiend suddenly became faster. In the sky, the aura kept exploding. Spiritual chi mixed with Emperor's aura kept flowing out and collided with the demonic chi. Boom! Boom! The aura kept exploding. The fierce battle continued, but the more they fought, the uglier the demon fiend's face became. This was because no matter how he used his spiritual chi, he couldn't crush the two women. One was stronger than the other. One had reached the Saint Realm in the Tao of Entertainment, while the other had reached the Saint Realm in the Tao of Sword. Even if he was a named true demon, there was nothing he could do. Phew, this can't go on. The demon fiend's face was a little ugly, and he absorbed more demonic chi into his body. The entire space of the Jade Lake had been sealed by the two women, and there was no way to replenish the demonic chi. Every time he absorbed a little, the demonic chi that shrouded the Jade Lake would dissipate a little, and the demon fiend would disappear into the demonic chi. Seeing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a glint. While another battle broke out in the sky, he took out the Imperial Beast Gourd from his storage ring and summoned the Flame-Sealing Lion King. Roar! When the Flame-Sealing Lion King came out, it was confused. At this moment, waves of Emperor's aura spread out not far away, and it suddenly turned pale with fright. Roar! Roar, roar! What are you roaring for? You're not going to die. Seeing its timid look, Ning Tian rolled his eyes at it in annoyance. Then, he took out the spiritual medicine that he had prepared in advance. Hurry up and eat these spiritual medicine. Roar! Hearing this, the Flame-Sealing Lion King's eyes lit up, and it began to wolf down the spiritual medicine. In front of food, the fear it had just now was thrown to the back of its mind. What is the Ancestral Master doing? Is this the Ancestral Master's demonic beast? This demonic beast looks so silly. With most of the demonic resentment gone, The elders and disciples of the Jade Lake heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they happened to see the scene in the sky. Boom. In the sky, the battle was still ongoing. The two Emperor's auras worked together to disperse the demonic chi. Damn it. The demon fiend gritted his teeth, and a trace of humiliation flashed in his eyes. He was a true demon who had been given the name by the demon god, but he was being beaten by two women here. Moreover, his human body was very weak, and the demonic chi would dry up at any moment. Don't forget that his body was just a cloud of black mist. Damn it. Is this human's body fake or not? Why is the demonic chi disappearing so quickly? The demon fiend cursed. At this moment, he took a deep breath and began to absorb the demonic chi around him. Seeing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a glint. Now is the time. Chapter 267. Shabby Lion, release it. Ning Tian shouted. Then, he used his spiritual chi to block his mouth and nose. Release. Upon hearing Ning Tian's shout, doubt flashed in the eyes of the Jade Lake's elders and disciples. I understand. The great elder of Jade Lake murmured to herself, could it be that ancestral master doesn't think it's his turn to deal with this true demon? Is his demonic beast enough to deal with it? Is he going to release the demonic beast's ultimate move now? Ultimate move. All of a sudden, the disciples widened their eyes in excitement. They all looked at the Lion King curiously. Although the ancestral master's demonic beast looked a little silly, its appearance was still very aggressive. It looked very extraordinary. What kind of ultimate move would the ancestral master's demonic beast use? The Lion King's body began to change in the eyes of the girls. It's getting bigger and bigger, and its whole body is red. Could it be that it has activated the red flame form? It seems that this move is very powerful. Should we step back a little? This demonic beast seems to be showing off. The disciples of Jade Lake were full of anticipation as they discussed. Roar. At this moment, the Lion King roared and turned its body abruptly, aiming its butt at the monstrous demonic chi. It's coming, it's coming. Upon witnessing this scene, the eyes of the Jade Lake's elders and disciples lit up, and they started to look forward to it. This move would definitely be recorded in the history books. Come on. Shabby, use the righteous spirit. Ning Tian's voice was heard. Everyone widened their eyes. They didn't care what the ancestral master called the demonic beast. Righteous spirit. Could it be that the righteous spirit of heaven and earth is condensed in one body? How powerful will it be? The supreme elder of the Jade Lake sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, she felt ashamed of her inferiority. Even a demonic beast could cultivate overwhelming righteous energy. What kind of F*CK was this? However, she thought about it carefully. That was the ancestral master's demonic beast. She suddenly felt relieved. The surrounding disciples looked at Ning Tian with even more admiration. As expected of the patriarch. It was true that a human's life was worse than a demonic beast's. And at this moment, Ning Tian's voice finally fell. Bullshit. Everyone was stunned. Fart. What bullshit? Wait. If one were to combine what the patriarch had said earlier, it would be the righteous fart? One of the Jade Lake's elders frowned and said slowly. Righteousness fart. Could this also be a killing move? A wisp of doubt flashed in the eyes of the Jade Lake's supreme elder, and she looked at the founding ancestor with even more admiration. As expected of the patriarch. Even a lion's fart could be used as a killing move. The legendary ancestor who made no sense. Roar. The fire-sealing Lion King did not expect the desolation chi in its body to be used as a killing blow. It immediately let out an excited roar. Everyone knew that when one was excited, the gas in one's body could not be controlled. Hence, pu, puff, puff, pu, puff. One after another, sounds rang out like thunder in broad daylight, rumbling in waves. Oh no. Hearing the noises, Yarokai Saintess's pretty face turned serious. She hurriedly said, Elders and disciples, quickly cover your mouths and noses with your spiritual energy. Hearing this, the group of elders and disciples was stunned for a moment before they did as they were told. Hee. True demon, right? Go and eat my fart. Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes shone brightly. The colorless gas had already mixed into the monstrous demonic qi. Originally, with the true demon's strength, even the righteous fart would not affect him much. However, it was different when it mixed into the demonic qi. This fart was sublimated. If the demonic qi wanted to absorb the demonic qi, it would naturally absorb the righteous fart into its body. When it circulated the demonic qi, the fart would flow in its body and block its meridians. It was a perfect plan. Shabi, release a few more. If they perform well, hehe, I know a place with a lot of lionesses. Ning Tian gave the flame-sealing Lion King a look. Roar! Hearing the words lionesses, the flame-sealing Lion King's eyes widened, and its saliva kept flowing out. Then, its body swelled again, and the righteous qi in its body was released even more violently. Puff, puff, puff. It could be said that its fart could shake the heavens and earth. In the sky, the demonic qi's body was a little weak. He looked at the two girls with fear and shouted. Demonic qi returned to the body. After he shouted, the demonic qi in the entire fairy lake turned into a tornado and surged toward his body. This is going to be a good show. Seeing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Countless demonic qi condensed in front of the demonic qi. Damn it, this body is ridiculous. It's too weak. The demonic qi's face was a little pale. Because of this trash body, the demonic qi that he could use dozens of times was all compressed. I can't take it anymore. Absorb the demonic qi to replenish my body. A cold light flashed in the demonic qi's eyes. He was ready to stake everything on this one throw. As long as he finished absorbing the demonic qi, he would directly release his ultimate move. He did not believe that he could not kill the two girls. Phew, he took a deep breath. Suddenly, he frowned. Why do I feel that the demonic qi's smell has changed? The demonic qi murmured. After a moment of doubt, he shook his head. Forget it, I can't care so much. After all, this was his own demonic qi. Could it be that there was a problem with it? Then, the demonic qi suddenly took a deep breath and circulated the demonic qi. All the demonic qi rushed into his body. Seeing this, Ning Tian's eyes widened. This was really eating *T. Seeing this, the Queen Mother of the West wanted to rush over but was stopped by Luo Wuqing. Don't worry, let's wait for the show. Luo Wuqing shook his head and said coldly. She had heard the sound of farts just now. Naturally, she knew that Ning Tian had interfered. Although the Queen Mother of the West was puzzled, she still nodded doubtfully. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the demonic qi in the sky who was constantly absorbing the demonic qi. After a while, the demonic qi's aura had reached its peak. Ha ha ha. Foolish humans indeed. How dare you let me absorb the demonic qi like this? You're courting death. The demonic qi slowly opened his eyes. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Next, you will pay the price for your arrogance. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Then, he slowly raised his hand. Demonic reincarnation, transcendence of death. From the sound of it, one could tell that it was an awesome killing move. However, Suddenly, the demonic qi's expression changed. What's in my body? Chapter 268. At that moment, Demon Fian's expression changed drastically. He felt that the demonic aura in his body was blocked by a strange aura. Not only was the demonic aura circulating slowly, but it was also flowing away on its own. This made his already weak body even weaker. It was simply an illusion on top of an illusion. Damn it! What kind of aura is this? Demon Fian's expression darkened. Could it be the purest spiritual energy in the world that could block the demonic aura? Or could it be the aura formed by the blood essence of a great emperor? Demon Fian's actions attracted many people's attention. Seeing this, Queen Mother of the West could not help but be stunned. She frowned slightly. What's wrong with this guy? This is the show that I wanted you to watch. Luo Wuqing's lips curled up slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his beautiful eyes. This guy's strange trick actually worked. This, Queen Mother of the West was still in a daze. On the ground, all the demonic resentment had turned into demonic aura and entered Demon Fian's body. The disciples and elders of Jade Lake could finally heave a sigh of relief. Looking at Demon Fian's appearance, they could not help but widen their eyes. Their ancestral master's demonic beast was so powerful. Just a fart could affect Demon Fiend. Ha ha ha, how does it feel to eat a fart? Just as Demon Fiend was trying to think of a way to get rid of the strange aura in his body, a hearty laugh came from the side. Heh! Demon Fian's expression changed, and he frowned instantly. He looked at Ning Tian, who had yet to make a move, and a demonic beast appeared beside him. What do you mean? Demon Fiend looked at Ning Tian coldly and asked indifferently, Is this your doing? Ning Tian spread his hands. Why are you still asking when you've already guessed it? Do you want me to praise you? You. Demon Fiend paused. Looking at the smile on Ning Tian's face, he did not know why, but the anger in his heart suddenly ignited. That smile was so King despicable. What did you mix into the demonic aura? Pure spiritual energy, or poison from the blood essence? Demon Fian's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Ning Tian. Ha, didn't I just say it? How does it feel to eat fart? Ning Tian said with a smile. Eat shit. Demon Fiend was taken aback as his eyes widened. No wonder he felt that there was a faint smell mixed in with the demonic chi. It was actually a foul smell, and it's its fart. At this moment, Ning Tian smacked the ceiling Flame Lion King's buttocks again and added insult to injury with a smile. Mo Sha flew into a rage out of humiliation when he heard these words. He gritted his teeth so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. The flames of fury in his eyes had been completely ignited. Ha ha ha. You should be the first demon to eat a lion's fart, right? Look on the bright side, this is still a record. Ning Tian's despicable voice rang out at this moment. Hearing this, Demon Fiend was at a loss for words. Waves of disgust and humiliation overwhelmed him. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fart. F***ck. I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Demon Fiend wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed angrily. He was too despicable. He wanted to F***king beat him to death. Thank you for the compliment, but I think it's just SOSO, Ning Tian said modestly. I'm not F***king complimenting you. F***ck. F***ck. Fart. Demon Fiend felt his vision darken as he spat out another mouthful of black blood. Seeing this, the group of Jade Lake elders and disciples could not help but laugh. They had to admit that the ancestral master was not only powerful, but his ability to infuriate others was also super fierce. Kid, you and I, we can't live under the same sky. Demon Fiend looked up to the sky and roared. The remaining demonic chi in his body was released continuously. Now, he was extremely angry. Kid, do you dare to fight with me? A trident formed from demonic chi appeared in Demon Fian's hand. He aimed it at Ning Tian with scarlet eyes as he asked coldly. Well. Ning Tian took out an apple from his storage ring and jumped onto the flame-sealing Lion King's body, lying on its furry back. He chuckled. You can't even beat my wife. What makes you think you can fight with me? Do you want to eat fart again? Demon Fian's face darkened. His entire body trembled as anger burned in his heart. He even wanted to eat this human kid in front of him alive. He, Demon Fiend, had dominated the demon clan for so long and had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. However, he had never been so angry before. Kid, today, you must die, you must die. Demon Fiend roared furiously. The demonic chi trident in his hand flashed with a sharp cold light. His body moved and rushed toward Ning Tian. I, Demon Fiend, want you dead at midnight. Who dares to keep you alive until midnight? The terrifying demonic body surged forward. Ning Tian did not panic at all. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. My wife. At this time, facing an enemy whose strength exceeded his, Ning Tian decided to make an exception and eat a bowl of soft rice today. Humph. Touch him. Do you have the qualifications? A cold snort sounded. Beautiful figures appeared before his eyes, one in front and one behind. This made Demon Fian's expression turn ugly to the extreme. Kid, what kind of ability is hiding behind a woman? Come out if you have the ability, let's have a real man's battle. Demon Fiend looked at Ning Qian coldly, wanting to go at him. Ning Qian was unmoved and even took a bite of the apple. What a joke. I have a wife and you don't. This is the reason why I can anger you to death. Damn it. Demon Fian's expression changed. The current him was absolutely not the two girls' match. He wanted to slip away. However, would the two girls give him the chance? Sword Dao, sword shattering the firmament. Music Dao, ancient flute absolute sound formation. The two girls cried out and did not say the slightest nonsense, directly using their strongest move. The spiritual energy that filled the sky turned into infinite golden light, accompanied by the might of a great emperor, and fell toward Demon Fiend. Very soon, his figure disappeared in the resplendent golden light. Boom. Boom. At that moment, it was as though the firmament was being shattered as it trembled continuously. Boom. A tragic cry seemed to come from within the golden light. After the circulation of Fiend Chi was interrupted by the righteous fart, Demon Fiend was undoubtedly at his weakest right now. Against the two girls' strongest attacks, he could not fight at all. Bang! The golden light dissipated slowly. Demon Fian's body was not intact from head to toe. His entire body was already shattered. A wisp of black mist emerged from the shattered remains of the body. That was Demon Fian's original body. Demon Egg Slaying. Demon Fiend, who had turned into a black mist, shouted hurriedly and channeled his secret skill again. The pure Fiend Chi in his body transformed. Vaguely, it turned into a fiend egg that enveloped him. When he saw that, Ning Tian's eyes flashed and he shouted hurriedly, "Honey, hit his balls, hit his fiend egg." Chapter 269. Wife. Hit his devil egg. Break his balls. Hearing Ning Tian's shout, the group of Jade Lake's elders and disciples on the ground were dumbfounded. Why did Patriarch's words sound a little off? This was too ruthless. Roar. Hearing this, the sealed flame Lion King, who was the second male creature present besides Ning Tian, panicked when he heard this. It even felt a chilly wind blowing from below. It was so scared that it quickly tightened its legs and shivered. He didn't expect his master to have such a hobby. In that case, it would have to please its master properly in the future. Otherwise, what would it do if it lost its masculinity? It was determined not only to become a peerless beast king, but also to unify the pride of lionesses. Not far away, the two women heard Ning Tian's words and nodded silently. If he was not mistaken, this demon-slaying egg should be a life-saving enhancement method of the demon clan. It was likely that when the devil egg hatched naturally, the strength of the devil fiend would increase once again, and now, they naturally had to seize the opportunity. Break his balls while he's down. Sword Dao, Skybreak. A wisp of cold light flashed through Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes. She raised the immortal sword in her hand and stepped into the void. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside the devil egg, and then she stabbed with her sword. Boom. The sword light landed on the demonic egg. A loud explosion followed closely behind. At the same time, the Queen Mother of the West also used her entertainment path martial technique. The sound of her flute rang out, accompanied by a heavy sword attack. Boom. Bang. Two fatal damages landed on the demonic egg. Then, a cracking sound was heard. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the demonic egg, and torrential demonic aura began to flow out from the cracks. A furious roar followed closely behind. "Ah, you human brat, you're too despicable." A thin cloud of black mist appeared, and the demonic fiend's aura weakened again. When he was in the devil egg, he could only hear Ning Tian shouting from afar. Hit his devil egg, break his pill. This was simply infuriating. Why are you still alive? Ning Tian frowned when he saw the demon fiend charging out again. Why was this guy like an unkillable cockroach, so resilient? You want me, demon fiend, to die? Are you qualified? A cold light flashed in Demon Fian's eyes. Then, he circulated his demonic chi and a black flame ignited on his body. Torrential devil flames. With a furious roar, a pitch-black sea of fire appeared in the sky. The surrounding spiritual energy was completely burned away in an instant. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Luo Wuqing frowned slightly and said coldly to the Queen Mother of the West, who was beside her. Yes. The Queen Mother of the West nodded. Her eyes were solemn as well. As expected of a named true devil, he was far more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. However, he could not let him go today. The two women were on guard as they circulated their great emperor aura. Hee. Demon Fiend laughed sinisterly. Then, his body disappeared into the sea of fire. Trying to escape. Seeing this, the two women's faces turned cold. They raised their hands and the great emperor aura shook the pitch-black sea of fire in the sky. A scream was heard. However, the scream seemed to come from all directions as if the entire sea of fire was filled with Demon Fiend. Something's not right. A cold light flashed in Luo Wuqing's eyes. His target is my husband. Almost at the same time, the two women's faces changed. Without hesitation, they stepped into the void and charged toward Ning Tian. Demon Fiend did not run away. Instead, he used the devil flames to transform his body into a black mist and hid in the devil flames. In this way, he could change his position as he wished. His target was Ning Tian. It's too late. I want him dead today. At this moment, a black flame ignited in front of Ning Tian. A cloud of devil chi was hidden in it and Demon Fiend's sinister laughter could be heard. At the same time, a ball of black flames with demonic chi charged towards Ning Tian. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, it appeared in front of Ning Tian. Damn it. Divine lightning descend. Ning Tian cursed. Divine lightning appeared in his hand and the heavenly god's force was activated. However, Demon Fiend's black flame was fearless as it ignored the divine lightning descend. Husband. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing's face turned cold. Her great emperor aura spread out and she stepped into the void. Although her speed was ghostly, it was not enough. She was still a little short. At this critical moment, a flute sound was heard. It reverberated through the entire sky. Music Dao, heavenly music transposition. The Queen Mother of the West murmured with a grave expression. She instantly appeared before Ning Tian. Boom. The moment she appeared in front of Ning Tian, the great emperor's might in her hand slammed down. Boom. In an instant. The great emperor's might dispersed a cloud of black flame. However, a cloud of black flame still landed on Queen Mother of the West's delicate body. Her delicate body trembled. Vaguely, a cloud of black flame adhered to her body and slowly disappeared. Saint Lord. This happened too suddenly. When the Jade Lake elders and disciples on the ground reacted, their faces changed and their eyes were filled with worry. Queen Mother of the West. Seeing Queen Mother of the West being hit by the strange black flame, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with anger. I'm fine. Queen Mother of the West shook her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. You're fine. Ha 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 ha. Demon Fiend turned into a cloud of black mist and laughed maniacally. After being hit by my black demonic flame, you still think you're fine? Hee. It won't be long before the black flame hidden in your body devours every inch of your body. In the end, you'll be burned into ashes by the black flame. What? Black demonic flame? Ning Tian frowned instantly. Hand over the antidote. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed coldly. The great emperor's might revolved around her body, causing the entire space to tremble again and again. After being hit by the black demonic flame, there's no antidote. Where is the antidote? Ha ha ha. Demon Fiend laughed maniacally. You're courting death. Luo Wuqing's eyes flashed coldly. Her delicate body trembled, and thousands of swords appeared behind her and slashed at Demon Fiend. The sword radiance flashed and turned into tens of thousands of sword rays. Boom. They landed on Demon Fiend's cloud of black mist and instantly turned into nothingness. Is he dead? Everyone's heart sank. Ha ha. In the nothingness, the demonic aura appeared again. Demon Fiend laughed maniacally. I'm Demon Fiend, the true demon. You can't kill me with just your strength. If he could be killed, the Jade Lake's great emperor would have done so hundreds of thousands of years ago. Hearing this, Everyone's face turned ghastly pale. This guy, looking at Queen Mother of the West's delicate body trembling slightly as if she was enduring pain, Ning Qian's anger ignited in his chest. At this moment, something in his storage ring vibrated. Chapter 270. Boom. 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 A series of explosions came from the storage ring. This is... Ning Qian was stunned. He frowned as he tried to sense it. This is the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, a buzzing sound rang in Ning Qian's mind. It seemed to be conveying something. You mean, you can help me suppress Mo Sha? Ning Qian frowned as he heard the voice in his mind. Buzz. Soon, the Buddha Demon Pagoda sent an affirmative signal. Ning Qian fell silent. He looked at the Queen Mother of the West's trembling body and heard Mo Sha's sinister laughter. He was furious. F***CK. I'll suppress Mo Sha first. Ha ha ha. Come and suppress me. Mo Sha's arrogant voice rang again. Luo Wuqing's eyes turned cold. Just as she was about to cut Mo Sha a few hundred times, Ning Qian appeared beside Luo Wuqing and said softly, "Honey, take care of the Queen Mother of the West." His tone changed and his eyes were filled with coldness. As for this guy, leave him to me. I have a way to suppress or even kill him. Luo Wuqing nodded and looked deeply at Ning Qian. She said softly, "Be careful." After that, she turned around and floated toward the Queen Mother of the West. She knew what kind of person Ning Qian was. Since he said he could do it, there would be no problem. "Boy, you want to suppress me? Ha ha, with that mouth of yours that can infuriate people to death." Mo Sha sneered when he saw Ning Qian walking toward him. His words were full of mockery. "Is that so?" A mocking smile appeared on Ning Qian's face as the storage ring in her hand flashed with a faint light. "Then, what about this?" In an instant, a small pagoda appeared in Ning Qian's hand. The small pagoda rotated slowly and emitted endless demonic qi. The moment he sensed the devil qi, the devil fiend, as the true devil of the devil clan, actually felt fear. This is the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Devil fiend was shocked in his heart. He never would have thought that the Stupa Devil Pagoda was actually in the hands of this human brat before his eyes. Ha ha ha. The heavens have not forsaken me, the devil fiend. If I obtain the Buddha Demon Pagoda, who in the small spirit realm would be able to stop me? A greedy look flashed across the devil fiend's eyes. He turned into a black gas and charged at Ning Qian. Boom. Patriarch, be careful. The Jade Lake's disciples below all exclaimed in surprise. However, there was no fear in Ning Qian's eyes. When he saw the demonic fiends rushing over, he coldly snorted. Courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qian's palm suddenly shook. The Buddha Demon Pagoda exploded with a beam of black light. After that, countless strands of devil qi surged into his body from the Buddha's Devil Pagoda. His eyes instantly turned crimson red, and monstrous devil qi erupted from his body. This is... The devil fiend, who was charging over, suddenly stopped. He was stunned when he felt the devil qi. At this moment, he even felt that he was not the devil, but Ning Qian was the devil. How could a human possess such powerful devil qi? Could it be the Buddha's Devil Pagoda? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The devil fiend muttered to himself in disbelief. There was only one possibility for this human brat to possess such powerful devil qi. That was because the Buddha's Devil Pagoda had lent its own devil qi to him. However, how could the Buddha's Devil Pagoda acknowledge a human? This was absolutely impossible. Buddha's Devil Pagoda, suppress the demon. At this moment, Ning Qian raised his hand slightly. A strand of devil qi enveloped the Buddha's Devil Pagoda. Then, the Buddha's Devil Pagoda floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to 100 meters in size and suddenly suppressed the devil fiend. Boom. Boom. The 100-meter tall black pagoda brought with it endless pressure and suppressed the devil fiend heavily. No, no. How is this possible? The devil fiend wanted to turn into black fog and dissipate. However, the Buddha's Devil Pagoda emitted a powerful pressure and instantly imprisoned him on the spot. The power of the Devil Pagoda? The devil fiend let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, the Buddha's devil pagoda enveloped him and landed heavily on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The devil pagoda landed and the ground cracked. The entire Jade Lake sacred ground shook. Many elders and disciples looked at each other in dismay as they looked at the huge black pagoda that stood above the Jade Lake. So powerful. Is this also the ancestral master's technique? Gulp. The group of Jade Lake disciples swallowed their saliva. The pressure from the huge black pagoda was too strong. They were sweating profusely, but they could not take a step forward. In the sky, the black flames finally dissipated. Phew, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, the Buddha's devil pagoda that fell to the ground changed again. It turned back into the small pagoda from before and returned to his palm. As for the devil fiend, he had already suppressed him in the Buddha's devil pagoda. Then, his red eyes returned to normal. The demonic aura in his body also slowly dissipated as he entered the Buddha's devil pagoda. At the same time, the system's voice sounded at this moment. You shocked the devil fiend. You shocked the elders of the Jade Lake. You shocked the disciples of the Jade Lake. Reward, detoxification comprehension method. Detoxification comprehension method? Hearing the system's voice, Ning Tian's eyes flashed. The system was really timely. Wife, how is the Queen Mother of the West? Ning Tian put the Buddha's devil pagoda back into his storage ring and flew toward Luo Wuqing. The situation is not optimistic. Luo Wuqing shook her head. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was lying in her arms and was enveloped by her gentle spiritual energy. However, it was not difficult to see that her delicate body was trembling slightly. Faint traces of black flames could be seen on her delicate body. First, take her to the room and stabilize her. I will take care of the rest of the Jade Lake. Ning Tian frowned slightly and said softly to Luo Wuqing. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly and gently hugged the Queen Mother of the West. Her body moved and landed in the direction of the Jade Lake Palace. Then, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief and looked at the entire Jade Lake. The originally peaceful Jade Lake was now a mess. Many palaces had collapsed, and the water of the Jade Lake was dyed red with blood. Although the final victory belonged to them, the Jade Lake had also paid a heavy price. Sigh. The Supreme Elder of the Jade Lake sighed and her eyes were full of sorrow. The Jade Lake has suffered heavy losses. If it were not for the founder, I am afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Behind her, a group of disciples' eyes were red and full of sorrow. It will be all right. Ning Tian did not know how to comfort them. He could only say this. Then, he directed the Jade Lake disciples to deal with the trivial matters after the battle. Half an hour later, when all the disciples and elders began to busy themselves with trivial matters, Ning Tian let out a sigh of relief and looked in the direction of the Jade Lake Palace. With worry, he moved slightly toward the Jade Lake Palace. Chapter 271. Jade Lake Palace, in an antique room. The Queen Mother of the West was lying on the bed, sweating profusely. Her beautiful face was pale, and her brows were tightly knitted. Apparently, she was in great pain. Her whole body was shrouded in cool spiritual energy. Beside her, Luo Wuqing sat by the bed, a rare look of worry in her eyes. At this moment, a sound came from the room. Ning Tian stepped out of the void and walked into the room. Looking at the two women beside the bed, he asked, Wife, how is the Queen Mother of the West? Her situation is not optimistic. Luo Wuqing shook her head and gently touched the Queen Mother of the West's forehead with her jade-like hand. I'm afraid her body is burning until it turns into ashes, just like what the demonic fiend said. Even a 9 tribulations great emperor can't resist this aura. Hearing Luo Wuqing's words, Ning Tian frowned and asked. If she wasn't distracted, she could resist it, but... Luo Wuqing stopped halfway. Hearing this, Ning Tian fell into silence. He knew that the Queen Mother of the West was distracted in order to save him, so she couldn't block the demonic fiend's attack. I see. Ning Tian nodded and then said in his heart, System, comprehend the detoxification method. Comprehending the detoxification method. The system's voice sounded in his mind. After a few minutes, Detoxification method has been successfully comprehended. Soon, the steps of the detoxification method appeared in his mind. It turns out that there are 2 steps to detoxify the black demon flame: the external detoxification method and the internal consumption method. Ning Tian murmured, frowning. Wife, I have the detoxification method. After murmuring, Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing. I need 3 kinds of spiritual herbs: frost grass, ice mist flower, and ice broad vine to refine a kind of elixir. 3 kinds of extremely cold herbs were enough to suppress the demonic fiend flame in the Queen Mother of the West's body. Okay, I'll remember it. I'll find it for you. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing gently nodded. She memorized the 3 medicinal ingredients and slowly stood up. Wait for me to come back. After she finished speaking, she took a step into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only Ning Tian and Shi Wangmu remained in the room. As Ning Tian looked at Shi Wangmu lying on the bed with black blood leaking out of her mouth, he sighed. Then, he reached out and gently wiped away the black blood. Since ancient times, it was hard to bear the kindness of a beautiful woman. Now, the Queen Mother of the West had done so much for him. It was already not easy. At the very least, her kindness was sincere. Ning Tian slowly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Then, he slowly got up, took out an alchemy furnace from his room, and placed it in the middle of the room. He was going to wait for Luo Wuqing to bring the 3 kinds of medicinal herbs before refining the antidote. 10 minutes later. In the room, the void opened. Luo Wuqing took a step forward and stopped in front of Ning Tian. Husband, I've found the 3 types of spiritual herbs, she said without wasting any time. These 3 kinds of spirit herbs were not very rare. She did not even need to return to the Tianmo cult. The entire Jade Lake sacred ground had these 3 kinds of spirit herbs. She only needed to go to the Jade Lake spirit herb field to pick them. Okay. Ning Tian nodded and took the spirit herbs that she handed over. Next, he used his alchemy skills and used his spirit chi to ignite the alchemy fire in the alchemy furnace. Although his alchemy skills were not strong, the requirements for refining the antidote were not high. With his current strength, it was completely enough to deal with it. Just as Ning Tian was about to start refining the antidote, Luo Wuqing suddenly said to him, "You treat her first. I'll deal with the demonic aura scattered all over the Jade Lake sacred ground." After saying that, she did not give Ning Tian a chance to speak. She stepped into the void and disappeared from the room. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. After a long silence, he sighed faintly and continued what he was doing. In the alchemy furnace, the alchemy fire burned brightly, emitting waves of residual heat. Ning Tian did not hesitate anymore. He used his alchemy skills and began to refine the antidote. Whoosh! The alchemy fire burned. The 3 kinds of spirit herbs were thrown into the furnace and began to transform into waves of medicinal power. A few minutes later, the antidote began to take shape. Soon, the entire room was filled with a medicinal fragrance. The alchemy fire dissipated. Ning Tian waved his hand and put the alchemy furnace into his storage ring. In his hand, there was a white pill. The pill was cold and emitted waves of medicinal fragrance. This was the antidote. Immediately, he walked to the bed and looked at the Queen Mother of the West. At this moment, her expression was even more unsightly. The poison had begun to take effect in her body. Seeing this, Ning Tian did not hesitate anymore. He gently sat by the bed, held the antidote in one hand, and gently opened her red lips with the other hand. He placed the cold pill into her alluring cherry mouth. After the pill entered her body, Ning Tian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not relax completely. Because this was only the first step of the antidote. The second step was the external antidote. A few minutes later, a white mist flowed out, and traces of coldness covered the Queen Mother of the West's delicate body. Her originally pale face also had some redness. The antidote had taken effect. Phew! It really worked. Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze fell on the Queen Mother of the West again. When he was about to proceed to the second step, he was stunned on the spot. This was because the second step of the external antidote required the use of spirit energy to remove the demonic flame attached to the body. Naturally, the undergarments had to be removed. So, you know what I mean. If Luo Wuqing was here, he could totally ask her for help. However, she had already left just now. And with the current situation, he could not afford to drag it on any longer. Otherwise, the antidote just now had finally forced the poison out of his body. If he dragged it on, wouldn't it be a waste? Just when he was feeling a little conflicted, the system's voice sounded. Host, you should think of it this way. The concubine has taken advantage of you several times. What you are doing is not taking advantage of her. What you are doing is taking back what belongs to you. Moreover, you are saving her. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. Although I feel that you are talking nonsense, I feel that it makes sense. After saying that, Ning Tian knew that he could not drag it on any longer. He took a deep breath and activated the antidote, filling the spirit energy in his body with the antidote. He looked at the Queen Mother of the West and murmured, "Queen Mother of the West, I have offended you." Then, he stretched out his hand. Soon, the sound of clothes tearing could be heard in the room. The main reason was that the purple chiffon dress was really difficult to remove. The Queen Mother of the West was so rich that she should not care about this dress. And Ning Tian, who was anxious to save her, simply used the simplest and most violent method. A few seconds later, Ning Tian took a deep breath and looked over. Chapter 272. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was like a jade beauty lying quietly on the bed. Ning Tian looked over and was absent-minded for a moment. His mind was slightly disturbed, but he quickly took a deep breath and forced the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Although the Queen Mother of the West was naked now, he could not let his mind wander. Once he messed up, the spiritual energy in his hand would not be so stable. Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Even a saint could not resist the temptation of such a scene. After a slight adjustment, he activated the detoxification method. The spiritual energy in his hand carried a faint trace of cold light. He looked at the Queen Mother of the West. Her skin was slightly red. However, it was not a normal red, but a fiery red left behind by the scorching heat. The demonic flame had begun to burn every inch of her skin. Without the detoxification method, she could only be nibbled away by the demonic flame bit by bit. The means of the demon clan are indeed vicious. Seeing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Even a 9 tribulations great emperor could not resist the demonic flame poison. If he was the one who was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, the Queen Mother of the West frowned. Her body trembled slightly, and her fair skin rippled. At this moment, she seemed to be in great pain. I can't delay any longer. Ning Tian took a deep breath and circulated all the spiritual energy in his palm. Then, he pressed it on the Queen Mother of the West's fair and tender wrist. The demonic flame here was very serious, and her skin was completely red. It's so hot. When Ning Tian touched that inch of skin, his face suddenly changed, and he frowned. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was like a furnace, emitting waves of scorching heat. Even after taking the detoxification elixir just now, the cold energy of the elixir was not enough to suppress this kind of scorching heat. It was enough to show how terrifying the demonic flame poison was. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. His palm was imbued with spiritual energy, and he gently rubbed her wrist twice. Soon, his spiritual energy emitted a cold sensation, and he saw that the Queen Mother's fiery red skin had returned to normal. If one were to take a closer look, one would discover that other than her wrists, there were tiny devil flames burning all over her body. Sure enough, it works. Seeing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a glint. Then, he looked at the Queen Mother of the West and circulated the spiritual qi in his hand. Since it was effective, the next step was to completely remove the demonic flame from her body. He circulated his spiritual energy and streaked it across every part of his skin. The cold light released by the spirit qi slowly extinguished the black flames, and her originally scorching hot body gradually returned to normal. An hour later. At this moment, the Queen Mother was lying quietly on her bed. Her furrowed brows had already relaxed. The originally scorching temperature on her delicate body had finally dropped. She had completely returned to normal, and her breathing had also stabilized. Phew, Ning Tian heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, in the face of such a situation, he had to endure it while concentrating on circulating his spirit energy to detoxify the poison. This was really a kind of torture. However, the demonic flame poison has been completely removed, and her life is no longer in danger. As long as the demonic flame poison could be removed from the Queen Mother of the West's body, even if he had to endure it, so what? Ning Tian stabilized his breathing and took another look at the almost perfect Queen Mother of the West. He slowly pulled up the blanket at the side and carefully covered her naked body. This consumption is really huge. Everything was finally over. Feeling the emptiness in his body, Ning Tian could not help but smile bitterly. In just a short hour, he had used up the spiritual qi of 2 spiritual seas. However, at least he had pulled the Queen Mother of the West back from the gates of death. This was not a loss. He stretched his body and sat on the edge of the bed, quietly observing the Queen Mother of the West. After discovering that there were no major problems, he got ready to leave and give the Queen Mother of the West a quiet environment to recuperate. However, at this moment, he discovered something strange. Ning Tian's gaze fell on the Queen Mother of the West's flawless face. There was a hint of redness there. Could it be that the demonic flame poison was not completely removed? Ning Tian could not help but frown. He clearly remembered that he had removed every trace of the demonic flame poison from every part of the Queen Mother of the West's body. How could he have missed something? Then, with doubts in his heart, he stretched out his hand and gently touched her delicate face. There was a trace of heat. However, this was clearly not the heat of the demonic flame poison. Strange, Ning Tian muttered. However, this was probably just a normal blush, and he did not take it to heart. After looking at her for more than 10 minutes, the blush on her face did not fade. However, the Queen Mother of the West's condition was getting better. He did not want to disturb her any further and got ready to leave. However, just as Ning Tian got up, he suddenly felt a small hand grabbing his clothes. Silly ancestral master. At the same time, a faint voice sounded. Ning Tian was stunned and subconsciously turned his head. He saw that the Queen Mother of the West had opened her eyes and was looking at him quietly. "You're awake." There was a hint of excitement in Ning Tian's voice. The Queen Mother of the West's blushed and lowered her head. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing the Queen Mother of the West's appearance, Ning Tian was stunned. Suddenly, he realized that the redness on her face was completely due to shyness. "You couldn't have been awake for a long time, right?" The Queen Mother of the West nodded. When did you wake up?" Ning Tian scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. "What do you think?" She raised her head, and Ning Tian could finally see her current appearance. Her face was extremely red, as if it was going to bleed. Her beautiful eyes were even a little misty. Ning Tian could finally see her current appearance. Her beautiful face was extremely red, as if it was going to bleed. Although she had been suffering from the pain caused by the black demon flame and her consciousness was a little blurry, she had not completely fainted. Moreover, Ning Tian was helping her to get rid of the black demon flame. She gradually regained her consciousness. She also understood that she had been looked at, and even touch. Cough, cough. Ning Tian coughed dryly and then looked at the Queen Mother of the West seriously. "Well, thank you very much." The Queen Mother of the West lowered her head and remained silent. She did not say a word. In the room, the two of them maintained their silence. The atmosphere could not help but be a little awkward. After a while, Ning Tian said, "Well, I'll go out first. You should treat your injuries first. Be quiet and your injuries will heal faster." After saying that, he stood up again. However, the Queen Mother of the West grabbed his hand again. Her cold little hands touched his palm. "Ancestral Master, wait." Chapter 273. Wait a minute. Shi Wangmu seemed to be afraid that Ning Tian would leave. She quickly reached out and grabbed Ning Tian's rough hand. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He turned around instinctively. The moment he turned his head, his old face turned red. Your blanket fell off. It turned out that Shi Wangmu's action was too big, causing the blanket to slip off her body. Shi Wangmu was stunned for a moment. However, she did not pay much attention to it. She only gritted her teeth and bit her red lips as if she had mustered up her courage to make a decision. After a while, she suddenly leaned over. A fragrance assailed his nose. She exhaled and said, "Ancestral Master, do you like me?" Huh. As soon as he said that, Ning Tian exploded on the spot and froze on the spot. Like. He did not know what to do. His mind was in a mess. Shi Wangmu looked at Ning Tian resentfully. Then, she took a deep breath and mustered up her courage. She stood up and kissed Ning Tian's lips under his shocked gaze. Ning Tian's eyes widened. He could feel something on his lips. Damn it. Shi Wangmu forcefully kissed him again. How could this be? How could his ancestral master not care about her reputation? Just as he was about to fight back, Shi Wangmu suddenly let go of him. This stunned Ning Tian, who had just ignited his fighting spirit. Was the Queen Mother of the West toying with him? At this moment, Shi Wangmu leaned close to Ning Tian's ear and whispered something. In an instant, Ning Tian felt that something was wrong. Keep her? Ning Tian's mind went blank when he heard that. When Xiao Chen saw Shi Wangmu's blushing face and misty eyes, his entire body trembled. She was already like this. She was still hesitating. She was not a man at all. At this moment, a red light flashed in his eyes. He let out a low roar and pressed the Queen Mother under him. In the room, the candlelight was brightly lit, and music could be faintly heard, after an unknown period of time. Seeing Shi Wangmu fall asleep with a tired expression, Ning Tian sat at the side, stunned for a long time. Then, he carefully covered her with a blanket. He got up and walked towards the door. Creak. The door was slowly pushed open, and Ning Tian closed the door. When he turned around, he froze on the spot. A beautiful figure appeared before his eyes. Wife. Ning Tian froze on the spot. At this moment, a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. He was at a loss. Originally, he thought that he would be able to display his masculinity and confidently tell Luo Wuqing that he already had a second wife. However, it was only when one was faced with such a situation that they realized that panic and helplessness were the most realistic reactions. He raised his head and looked at Luo Wuqing, expecting to see an extremely disappointed face. However, seeing Ning Tian acting like a child who had done something wrong, Luo Wuqing felt helpless and distressed. She sighed faintly and walked towards Ning Tian. She pressed his head against her chest as if she was stroking a child. She stroked his hair and said softly, "Husband, don't think too much. In the Tianxian world, polygamy is not a strange thing." Hearing this, Ning Tian could not help but be stunned for a moment. His heart trembled slightly. "So, husband." Luo Wuqing's voice was filled with tenderness at this moment. "I won't say anything about you. However, if you dare to attract more sisters for me, I won't forgive you." The Empress had her own pride. Naturally, she did not want to share Ning Tian with other women. However, she was also a woman who knew how to sacrifice. Perhaps she had already understood something. Hearing Luo Wuqing's words, Ning Tian fell into a long silence. His heart was filled with emotions. With such a daughter, what more could a man ask for? He lifted his face from Luo Wuqing's chest and took the initiative to hold her slender waist. He just looked at her quietly. The two of them looked at each other. Wife, Ning Tian did not know what to say. He could only lower his head and stabilize her bright red lips. All the touching words were not as deep as this kiss. Woo woo, Luo Wuqing's beautiful face was quickly smeared with a touch of red. Her delicate body struggled slightly. However, she quickly gave up and sank into it. After a long time, huff, the two of them were panting heavily. Their eyes were like torches as they looked at each other. Ning Tian gently hugged the woman in his arms tightly and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, wife, there won't be any more." "Okay." Hearing this, Luo Wuqing nodded slightly and replied softly. Now, let's wait for the Queen Mother of the West to wake up. A few hours later. Inside the Jade Lake Palace. In the empty hall, the three figures seemed a little embarrassed. The two women sat on each side. The two women did not speak and just sat quietly. This made Ning Tian, who was sitting in the hall, embarrassed. Cough. Well, you two should say something. Ning Tian coughed dryly. Oh. Speak. Oh, the two women said in unison. Hey, I didn't expect you two to have a tacit understanding. Seeing this, Ning Tian quickly found a topic. If it went on like this, it would be too embarrassing. Oh. The two women responded with an oh, both of them looking absent-minded. How about this, I'll sing a song for you. Ning Tian scratched his head and said directly, it must be a special fate that made us a family all the way. Stop. Don't talk to your own people. Hearing this, the two women hurriedly stopped him. Hey, wife, what do you think of this song? Does it suit the occasion? Ning Tian smiled and looked at Luo Wuqing. Luo Wuqing chose to remain silent and did not say anything. Suit the occasion, my ass. At the side, the Queen Mother of the West curled her lips. Shut up, I'm talking to my first wife now. As a second wife, you're not allowed to interrupt. Ning Tian pretended to be fierce and glared at the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West stopped abruptly. Then, a sly look flashed in her beautiful eyes. Looking at Luo Wuqing, she chuckled and said, Sister, my husband is disobedient. Do you think we should? Well, if he's disobedient, we'll cut him off. Luo Wuqing nodded thoughtfully. Hearing this, Ning Tian was shocked. She was going to kill her husband. Wait. No. What did the Queen Mother of the West call Luo Wuqing just now? Sister. Good heavens, these two women had clarified their positions so quickly. No. When did they? Ning Tian's expression changed slightly. Looking at the two women, he asked, when did you agree? Of course, just now through Emperor's will. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled. At this moment, Ning Tian suddenly realized something. These two women were not silent just now. They were secretly talking through Emperor's will and deliberately hiding it from him. Could it be? Hiss. Suddenly, Ning Tian felt two unfriendly gazes fall on him. Chapter 274. What do you want? Ning Tian instantly became cautious when he felt the two women's gazes on him. His intuition told him that there must be a trap. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled. Her beautiful eyes were full of cunning. She looked at Ning Tian and said, Hey, Founder, what do you think? Ning Tian was silent for a while. Beside him, Luo Wuqing's expression was indifferent as he said indifferently, because you are very dishonest, we have decided to join hands to deal with you and keep you in check. Hearing this, Ning Tian's face turned bitter. How heartless. Hey, my wife, you don't have to control me like this. I'm a decent man. Ning Tian chuckled, walked over, and put his arm around her shoulders. Hearing this, the two women rolled their eyes. There's more. At this time, Luo Wuqing spoke again. She glanced at Ning Tian and said, because you are always thinking about doing bad things, the Queen Mother of the West and I have decided to join forces to fight against you. So, you'd better put aside the bad things in your mind. Yes. The Queen Mother of the West also chuckled. Her beautiful eyes kept wandering around Ning Tian's body. Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned. That's not right. This doesn't conform to the script. Logically speaking, shouldn't it be that one person today and another tomorrow? But why did it become the two women joining forces with him? Me? Ning Tian was confused. However, when he saw the Queen Mother of the West winking at him, he suddenly felt relieved. Even if he couldn't eat the meat of his first wife, at the very least, the meat of his second wife should be in the bag. But at this time, Luo Wuqing sneered. Don't even think about it. The Jade Lake sacred ground has suffered a great loss this time. The Queen Mother of the West and the elders have decided to close the Jade Lake. They will only open it again after they have recovered. During the closed period, no one is allowed to enter or leave. So, you can give up on that idea. At the side, The Queen Mother of the West shrugged helplessly at Ning Tian. The Jade Lake sacred ground had indeed suffered heavy losses this time. All right. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian didn't say much. After all, the recovery of the Jade Lake sacred ground was more important. However, who exactly is the great emperor? Ning Tian furrowed his brows slightly. These guys seemed to have come prepared. They knew that there was a true demon sealed within the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, they did not expect that this true demon would be so strong that they would end up losing their lives. No idea. Luo Wuqing shook his head and said in a clear and cold voice, I will send someone to investigate this. If I find out who it is, I won't spare them. At that moment, the smile on the Queen Mother's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold glint. This time, the Jade Lake had suffered a great loss. Many elders and disciples had lost their lives. Many palaces, celestial ponds, and herb fields had been destroyed. This also allowed everyone to witness the power of the named true demon. When are you going to seal the Jade Lake? Ning Tian looked at the Queen Mother and asked. Shi Wangmu thought for a while. Then, she opened her red lips and said, maybe tomorrow. So soon? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. Yes, the sooner we seal the Jade Lake and activate the array, the faster the recovery will be. I don't want to waste time. The Queen Mother nodded seriously. Then, she looked at Ning Tian and sighed. I might not be able to see the ancestor for a long time. The hall fell into silence. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about such sad things. Ning Tian waved his hand and looked at the two girls. He said seriously, in this situation, why don't we have a mu'ah to liven things up? The two girls were stunned. Wife, do you want a mu'ah? Luo Wuqing's face darkened. She clenched her teeth and said, no. Then do you want a little wife? He. Yes. A bright light flashed in Shi Wangmu's beautiful eyes as she nodded heavily. At the side, Luo Wuqing frowned. Aha! Hearing this, the Queen Mother was slightly stunned. Then, she stuck out her tongue at Ning Tian and spread her hands. Ancestor, I don't want it either. It's your first wife who won't let me. Won't let me? H, it seems like I have to teach you all a lesson. No matter how big the world is, the husband is the biggest principle. Ning Tian snorted. Then, under Luo Wuqing's slightly absent-minded gaze, he hugged her slender waist, lowered his body, and kissed her red lips. See? After kissing her fiercely, Ning Tian let go of Luo Wuqing and smiled proudly. Little wife, this is to restore the husband's position. This guy, Luo Wuqing's beautiful face blushed slightly. She glared fiercely at the smug guy and then winked at the Queen Mother. Sisters of the same mind. They could resist this big bad guy. Husband, you are tired. Let us serve you. At this time, Luo Wuqing suddenly said. Ning Tian was stunned. Before he could resist, the two girls sat beside him and stuck close to him. Waves of fragrance wafted over. At this time, Ning Tian finally felt what it meant to hug left and right. Heavens! Is this a paradise on earth? But at this moment, the two women took Ning Tian by surprise. As if they had agreed beforehand, each of them grabbed Ning Tian's hand. What do you want? It's not right to kill your husband. Ning Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said seriously. What are we doing? Luo Wuqing snorted coldly and then looked at the Queen Mother. Quick, use the method I taught you to teach this bad guy a lesson. That method works every time. He. Okay. The Queen Mother nodded with a smile. That method. Ning Tian was stunned. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly understood. There was a faint trace of anticipation in his heart. The punishment that his wife was talking about was probably that. Then, as expected, the two girls pressed his head into their arms and began to carry out the Luo clan's punishment. How cruel! He could not bear to look at it. In next to no time, Ning Tian's miserable cries resounded from within the hall. The next day, the Jade Lake sacred ground was desolate. On top of a cliff, a gentle breeze blew past. Ning Tian stood on the cliff and closed his eyes to feel the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, he heard a sound behind him. Then, he felt something soft on his back. A pair of jade-like hands gently hugged him from behind. "You're here." Ning Tian slowly opened his eyes and said softly. Beside his ear, he could hear the fragrance of orchids. "Are we going to activate the sealing formation later?" Ning Tian asked. The Queen Mother of the West pressed her face against Ning Tian's back. She could feel the familiar aura on Ning Tian's back. That's right. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,